Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is regular Gainesville City Commission meeting, September 2nd, 2021. I'll call this meeting to order. In lieu of an invocation this afternoon, we all come here with incredibly heavy hearts. Our community lost two giants in this past week, both sharing a last name, but whose lives I don't think ever intersected. Two individuals that impacted in a profound way incredible and diverse parts of our community. Hakeem Thompson brought so much joy to so many people. He was such a part of our Gainesville community. His voice was known by tens of thousands. He was the life of the party. He was someone who just simply brought joy wherever he went. James Thompson was the lifeblood of the activist and progressive community and a huge defender of labor, environmental justice, racial justice in our community. Both touched so many lives. Both had underlying health conditions that ultimately, because they could not be fully addressed, has led to them no longer being with us today. It is going to take our community a tremendous amount of time and solidarity and grief to accept the loss of these two individuals from our Gainesville and Alachua County communities. So I ask you to hold them, their friends, their family, and our entire Gainesville community in your thoughts as we observe this moment of silence. Okay, thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, our first order of business, please.
Our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda.
Thank you. And just as we look at roll call, Commissioner Ariola will not be with us today as he continues to recover from COVID, and we ask you to keep him in your thoughts and or prayers as well. Madam Clerk, I believe we have a couple modifications to our consent agenda.
We do. File 210321, approval and authorization to execute a lease agreement, request to remove item. File 200403, Black on Black Crime Task Force Violence Interrupters Agreement, remove item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious about why we're moving it. I know that the owners of the store and their realtor have had concerns about why it's being moved, and I was wondering if we could get some clarification on that.
Sure, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you, Commissioner. The lessee asked for some amendments to the lease agreement that we're working through.
And they will be finished by then, by September 16th?
That's our plan, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ward?
Mr. Mayor, I move we accept the consent agenda as amended.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and second to adopt the consent agenda with two modifications. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I won't support the adoption of the consent agenda as part of the contract for our charter officer that we're having a car allowance. It's something that I've stated on many other occasions. I don't think we should have car allowances. I think it supports the car culture, so I'll be voting against the consent agenda for that. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, members of the public who wish to speak to the consent agenda, we'll start with anybody on the telephone. Do we have with us today? Adam?
Adam is here. I am
Adam.
here. Speaking of myself in the third person. No, we have nobody on the line at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Mr. Scott?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. With respect to the adoption of consent agenda, I would respectfully request that the employment agreement be removed for the same reason that Commissioner Hayes Santos cited about the car allowance. I think there needs to be some relevant discussion as to equity in terms of how the commission treats female charter officers versus male, and the overall requisite qualifications, whether they warrant that level of compensation for somebody in an interim capacity that did not have the same qualifications as Tanisha Marshall brought to the position. Secondly, and I would encourage somebody to remove that item. I mean, Commissioner Hayes Santos, you certainly could have removed it for discussion because, again, I think we need to be ever diligent about costs. And, you know, I think these items on the consent agenda, there's probably over $1 million that's just being rubber stamped. And that just seems to happen consistently. You know, kind of, if y'all haven't seen the news, the city manager of Tamarack was subject to indictment and turned himself in, and there's a good meeting down there that maybe we can learn from, but maybe the statewide task force will find its way to Gainesville and take a look at some of the things that are going on here. Secondly, with respect to the Hartward item, I would respectfully ask that item to be removed. I have concerns about the city being the declarant in the declaration to create a homeowners association. Typically, that's the developer. Seems to be shifting risk potentially back to the city. No discussion of that. Also remain concerned about the GRU customers having to subsidize potential streetlights for that homeowners association. I know we're paying for you know, internet, subject to check unless I've got it wrong, but there's a lot of items on that you constantly discuss, but I think I'm correct. But if I am incorrect, I stand corrected. But I think the city attorney and should probably speak to that because that is unusual. Typically, it's the developer that undertakes the role of declarant and then basically has the ongoing continuous liability for any subsequent legal actions associated with the development in the homeowners association. So I'm concerned about that apparent shifting of risk. A practice in that area of law. I've never seen a municipality be a declarant. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think there ought to be some discussion. I mean, I read the 50-page document. I'm not sure if anyone else did, other than the attorney that drafted it. But I think that's a worthy discussion to be had, and certainly I don't think GRU customers should be subsidizing electricity for streetlights if that's the case. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I do have some phone calls on this end.
Okay, go ahead.
Alrighty, excuse me. The first of these phone calls is Armando Grindy Gomez. Mr. Grindy Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just want to bring to your attention that something when it comes to issues of equity, I appreciate Commissioner Hayes Santos bringing forward that something that he's following through on that he said a couple of months ago, which was during the discussions you all were having with the interim's predecessor, as well as other interim charters, that he was not going to support any charters having a car allowance. But Mr. Mayor, since you're negotiating a lot of these salaries, I want to bring to your attention interims beforehand. While this interim is getting a car allowance, you had another interim that was an interim city manager. That was Deborah Bowie when she served as interim city manager. If you look back at that contract, and it's my understanding, was never offered a car allowance. So this becomes an issue of equity. And I guess, are you being fair across the board? And that's only something you can answer, because it just gives the appearance of, are we giving the same equitable, fair process of what's being offered across the board? Because it's more of a process issue and not a candidate issue or who's up for that position right now. Have nothing against Mr. Folston. I think he'll do a phenomenal job. Mr. Folston is supposed to negotiate for whatever monies he's negotiating for, and he'll do a phenomenal job. I have full faith and confidence in Mr. Folston, as I know many of you do as well. But what is the equity issue, Mr. Mayor, is if you did not offer that to Ms. Bowie, that's shameful. and I know for a fact that you didn't. So please address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez. Next speaker is Joe Beatty. Ms. Beatty, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I respectfully request that some of you commissioners request to have pulled from the consent agenda everything but the minutes. The people's business is being done by consent and not exposed to the people. I think there should be presentations on this. By my quick scanning of it, looks like you're spending at least $250,000 to $500,000 on this consent agenda without talking about it. It's not clear that everybody knows what's on it, and certainly the public deserves to know how you're spending our money. And everybody doesn't have the opportunity to follow and read the agenda, and certainly keep current with an agenda that has been changed 3 times since yesterday. This is hardly doing the public's business out in the open, and I hope that the commissioners will pull those, put them on the regular agenda, and give us some presentations. That's how it used to be done. And so my request is that these will all be placed on the regular agenda, and that you quit changing the agenda at the last minute and help keep the public informed. Thank you very much. I hope you will thoughtfully consider my request.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Next caller, Ms. Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much, Debbie Martinez. I too would ask that you remove the same item from the consent agenda for public discussion that the previous callers recommended. Mayor Poe, are you still running for Congress? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, we have one caller who we're screening now, Mayor Poe. If you have anybody in chambers, please feel free to call them. Otherwise, we need about 30 seconds.
No, I don't believe we do. Go ahead, Adam.
Give me 1 second. All right, that caller has dropped. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? The consent agenda fails. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, thank you for that brief recess. We're going to call the meeting back to order. I'd just like to urge my colleagues that we have ample opportunity to discuss any items on the consent agenda with our city staff. We also have an opportunity to pull any items from consent to be considered on the regular agenda, or ask that they be pulled to a future meeting for further consideration. And it would be helpful to, I think, for me and for the rest of the staff to know what concerns or issues that any particular commissioner has about any particular item on consent, so we can address those before the moment of adoption. With that, I'll turn back to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the consent agenda with 2 modifications of the approval, to remove the approval and to remove the black-on-black crime task force item.
Okay, the motion's been made to approve the consent agenda with 2 modifications, removing the lease agreement and removing the interrupters agreement. Members of the public wish to speak to the motion. Adam?
I've got nobody on the line at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The motion passes 5-1 with Jesus Santos in dissent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. Mayor, who was the seconder for that motion?
Commissioner Ward, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I'll say that out loud from now on.
Thank you.
Apologize.
The next item is the approval of the regular agenda with modifications. File 210151, fourth budget amendment to the fiscal year 2021 general government financial and operating budget revised backup. File 210370, special election discussion, added item and move to the first item under business discussion. File 210032, land use change, 0.945 acres of property located at the southwest corner intersection of West University Avenue and Southwest 12th Street, added backup from external party. File 210033, quasi judicial rezoning of the same property, added backup from external party. And file 210195, text change amending the LDC to comply with the FEMA mandated update, additional backup.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move we adopt the regular agenda as modified.
Motion and second to adopt the regular agenda as modified. Commissioner Sacco? For the motion, okay. Members of the public wish to speak to the adoption of the regular agenda? Mr. Scott?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. I'll make this brief. With respect to the special election discussion, I would hope that Commissioner Johnson would respectfully reconsider her decision to resign that would otherwise preclude the need to have that discussion. It appears that the City Commission and City Manager are making fiscal impact an issue associated with the resignation, but I believe that she could do more positive good for our community on the City Commission rather than off. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody that wishes to speak to the adoption of the regular agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the lines at this time.
Okay. Anybody else in chamber? All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so if you are with us and would like to comment on any items that are on our agenda later today, then you're welcome to do so now. Our rules allow for you to speak to any item, any one item for 3 minutes, and any thing more than one item, multiple items for up to 5 minutes. In doing so, you forego your ability to talk to the item later when it comes up. But really, this is to allow you to speak to the item and then be able to leave and go on about your day. Is there anybody in chamber that wishes to participate in early public comment? Okay, Adam, do you have anybody on the line for early public comment?
I have one general public comment, and we're checking to see if the other person on the line is early. Let me go to Good afternoon, Thomas Silva. Are you here for general public comment or early public comment? Ms. Silva? I'm afraid We need to figure out what is going on with Ms. Silva. I'm going to turn this back to chambers, Mr. Mayor. We've got two other callers that are being screened. The pace today is a little quick. You need to give us a little time if you could.
That's fine. I'll tell you what, if it's folks for early public comment, we'll take them at the end of general public comment if that's what it's for. Otherwise, we'll just move on to general public comment, Madam Clerk. Okay.
We don't have any recorded line public comment.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you clearly. Did we have anybody that called in and left a recording for general public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Line muted.
Okay. Then we'll turn to folks in the chamber. Anybody here for general public comment? Welcome.
My name is Hattie Osgood. I'm a citizen. I live in Archer, Florida. I'm here to oppose the solar field right behind my house. It's been denied twice about that solar field. We get no answers. I feel like I'm being disrespected. I've been here several times and I've got no answer on anything. I know that it was denied twice, and that's about all I know. I don't like to feel that I'm being disrespected. I would like to know why it is still out there that the solar field can be 150 feet from the end of my property. There's other people in the neighborhood that feels the same as I do. I noticed that there's a lot of things that happen. All industrial things seems to be being put in black neighborhoods. That solar field is not gonna benefit Archer, not even a little bit. It's being transferred to some other places. I like the quietness, I like the peace, I like the natural look of my property. That's why I bought it in the first place. And I keep hearing these comments about nothing will change as far as the noise, as far as property value, as far as the water. Nobody knows us what's gonna happen with that solar field. I like to keep my property just the way it is. There's lots of places that's totally empty, nowhere near anybody's house, let alone a black community. That's the reason I bought the property in the first place. Instead of having my family go from one project to another project, just all over the place. I wanted a stable place for my family. That's what I worked for. That's what I would like for it to remain. In a neighborhood where people care about each other, look out for each other. And growing up, all I could hear was ghetto.
All right, thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts. I do appreciate that. I'll address what we know at the end of public comment. Adam, first speaker on the line, please.
Yep.
Come out, clean the area and
Got it.
speakers.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I was talking to a member in the chambers. Go ahead.
Okay, so we've got a mix of general and early. What would you like first?
Let's go ahead and we'll get early first. Let me just pause the time here. Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Tana Silva. Tana, you have 3 minutes unless you have multiple issues, in which case you have 5. There?
I have 5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, a few items that I wanted to address. BD2, zero waste. The city could do much more to promote renovation and reuse of buildings where they stand. The greenest building is the one already built. BD3, the ARP. Broadband does not belong on this list. A consultant warned the city that it would be another boondoggle for GRU. Areas on the map already have access to high-speed internet and programs for lower-income customers. A highly specialized U.S. professor explains a much better approach in a guest column in today's Sun. He also recaps the waste of billions of public dollars on broadband and failed efforts that don't need to be repeated with the upcoming wave of federal infrastructure funds. The ARP matrix doesn't seem to offer much for housing or individuals and businesses hurt by government restrictions. Instead of $2 million for making Southwest First Avenue pedestrian, for example, the commission could use a little of that to pick up on its housing summit of 3 years ago that was supposed to be the start of strategizing on housing, but went no further. A lot of people and businesses still are reeling, and evictions may have only begun. Could the city assess the needs and bring some of those still unreleased renter and landlord funds from Tallahassee to Gainesville? And I asked to see where the first round of CARES funding went, since the city manager went to the county commission last year to ask for $87,500 to pay U.S. and said he had overspent the CARES money by more than $1 million. I got an Excel file of $1.4 million spent mostly on sanitizing and GPD night shift dinners. Before parting with the ARP fund, it would be good to see where last year's CARES funding went. RE1, the budget. As the commission begins talking up a new sales tax, please, any budget hawks, speak up to instead curtail city spending and debt. The best the commission could do for the city, the environment, and the economy would be getting out of the tree incineration business and the $2 or $3 billion in debt it incurs. Also useful would be a frank comparison to the 2015 budget and the past 5 years spending on expensive hires and consultants. And finally, NBR 1, Adrian's resolution. No, mind city business better and quit interfering with businesses in the city. Besides causing whiplash from changing rules under a state of emergency, the city has attempted to micro-regulate businesses and landlords and now has dug up a 20-year-old ordinance to fine businesses $1,000 a day for having signs in their windows. Instead of urging anyone to coerce their employees to get shot, repeal the city vax mandate and the absurd sign ordinance. In fact, the county is sending people around posting signs in windows now. Everyone in an office I was in yesterday got the shots and then got sick with COVID anyway. New variants and viruses are coming, and people aren't livestock to be injected against their own judgment of risk and benefit. Israelis and Brits are 80% vaxxed and still getting COVID. Brits finally said, that's it, we're going on with our lives. The virus is not the only thing that matters, and the harm the restrictions have caused won't be undone. Thank you, and I hope you have a peaceful, productive meeting today and come to good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. We're now moving into 2 callers for general public comments, sir.
Okay, you don't have anybody else for early?
Nobody else for early.
Okay, we're gonna just hold on one second, and we'll go back to the folks in the chamber.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. Our neighbors and I are deeply concerned about the hostility and incivility of the city commissioners towards the public and city employees. If a city employee flipped off a city commissioner or charter officer, they would be subject to disciplinary action and or termination. When Commissioner Sacco flipped off city employees who are members of our collective bargaining units, no ramifications occur, and the City Commission condones this inappropriate childish conduct with its silence. Meanwhile, city employees are subject to termination if they don't adhere to your COVID vaccination requirements. The same standards of conduct don't seem to apply to the City Commission. How hypocritical. Speaking of the Commission's concerns about CDC guidelines and COVID protocols, upon the abrupt end of the last City Commission meeting, Commissioner Ward came down off the dais, thumbed his nose at the CDC social distancing guidelines, which the county emergency order implements, and aggressively got in my face, far less than 6 feet, while verbally berating the citizen from Archer and shaking his finger at me, seeking to provoke a physical altercation. He apologized on Facebook, but that wasn't an apology to me or the citizens of Archer. While Commissioner Ward is free to act like a racist Grand Dragon poobah bully off the camera and microphone, I don't believe that Commissioner Ward has the courage to tell African American property owners that they shouldn't have the right in this 2021 to express their valid concerns during public comment on the record about a solar project being dumped in their backyard due to the negligence of the City Commission. These are the same tactics that Commissioner Ward has used before when he's been under political stress. In the GRU multipurpose room a few years ago, he sought to start an altercation by verbally berating me and sidestepping back and forth to block me from leaving the room, while then activist Commissioner Sacco snuck up behind me and was trying to record the incident. I'm not taking the bait, folks, but we need to look at how you are treating the public with disrespect. You had a bunch of people come from Archer the last meeting. You ignored them. You sat in silence. That is disrespectful, commissioners. You don't listen to the public. You disrespect everyone, even your own constituents. And you wonder why people are upset and angry. It's because you guys live in your own echo chamber and you're not serving the public interest. The only two on this dais that seem to be even remotely concerned about the public interest and fiscal responsibility are Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker and Commissioner Johnson. They treat people with respect. The rest of you guys don't. We don't have these problems at the county. And it was very rude the other day that people from Archer came to speak during the solar item that was abruptly added to a joint climate change meeting. And Commissioner Ward, you left before they spoke after 3 hours. Mayor Poe, you dumped out of the meeting, and then suddenly there was no one from the city there. That's disrespectful. And we need to change our behavior. And you guys, it's easy for you guys to be up on the dais and have the last word and point fingers, but I wasn't the one pointing the finger at people the other day. But you guys need to look and treat people with civility and respect. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you.
All righty, I've got 3 general public comment and 1 early public comment at the moment. Your preference?
We'll take the general public comment.
All righty. Debbie Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call, Debbie Martinez. Again, I come before you today offering solutions to help our hardworking residents and lower-income people. Recently, at city meetings, the majority on the commission kept referring to one another as Lauren this and Harvey that, using first names, making it confusing for the public. It's even more confusing when you and your staff speak in acronyms using bureaucratic speak, making it difficult for residents to understand what you are talking about and what you are proposing. I want to thank Commissioner Duncan Walker for showing residents what real community engagement looks like, with her professionalism in speaking in layman's terms so that residents can understand exactly what is being discussed. The majority on this commission and the previous commission went on a spending spree with bloated budgets, creating a mountain of debt, which is not sustainable. Instead of cutting your bloated budgets that so many residents recommended, you shoved it on the backs of our hardworking families and the poor. You keep tacking on more and more fees, more taxes, and additional charges on our utility bills and on our property tax bills like never before. These are regressive policies that create more poverty and homelessness. And to add insult to injury, 4 members on this commission went on travel junkets. And to add insult to injury, 4 members on this commission went on travel junkets this summer in the middle of a pandemic. You have a real trust problem here. I suggest that you begin putting the brakes on your travel junkets in an effort to begin restoring the public trust. It's never too late to start doing the right thing. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you. Next person in chambers, please. Welcome.
And first, I want to thank you for your comments honoring James Thompson, who I've known for 5 years as a fellow member of the Alachua County Democratic Executive Committee. It was very shocking, particularly the way he passed, and a great reminder of how important mental health efforts are. But I also want to try to make a difference today. 2 weeks ago, on second reading, you all approved a revision of the open container ordinance number 2100005, 2100005. As part of that, you approved a extension of the exemption time from bar closing 2 o'clock to 2:30, which means that instead of encouraging bar owners and patrons to drink responsibly and wind down at the end of the evening and consume their last drink in the bar, that they now will be permitted to get their last drink at 2 o'clock just before and go out into the street with a drink in a paper cup. And then they have 30 minutes to consume it. That's simply bad public policy. And parliamentary rules allow anyone who is a member of the majority on that vote to request reconsideration. You can fix that wrong tonight. I ask you to do that. In addition, the ordinance, very little discussion was had of the fact that the ordinance the revision eliminated any limits on the number of alcohol event permits that may be issued by the city manager, and any requirement for fencing or appropriate access control to such events. This is during normal business hours. So you set up a situation where you can have drinking freely at night in the city, in the streets, with open containers. If we do anything, at least move it back to 2 o'clock. That only makes sense, and it's not good public policy to proceed as it is. I ask you to request reconsideration, take another vote, and I recognize that with Commissioner Ariola's absence today, that this is probably a futile effort, but it needs to be made and tried. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, back over to you.
For general public comment, you have Ms. Jo Beatty. Ms. Beatty, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. There are a few things that I think procedurally the mayor and commissioners should know in terms of citizens being able to participate in these meetings. First of all, published in the agenda is a wrong number. I called the number in the agenda because there wasn't anything up on the screen at the time I was dialing. And I was told I was going to be screened, et cetera, when you called for the vote on the consent agenda, it was said there was nobody there. I was there to speak on the consent agenda. And you don't realize, or maybe you do realize, and it's by design, there is a 30 to 45 second delay. So when you say that you're calling for comment, often there's not time to get dialed in and you move on. This is not the first time this has happened to me. I remind the commissioners and the public that this agenda I looked at yesterday, and it was published late yesterday afternoon, and there were 2 more agendas that were printed after that. You're not giving the public time to know what's on and see what you've changed. You need to change that. I'd like to know why the mayor called the recess and what happens during the recess. You don't like the vote and you call a recess? I think that's inappropriate. I too mourn the loss of James Thompson, but he is not the only citizen that's come before you and has tried to talk to you and tried to make a difference and work with you to help make Gainesville a better place, help make the decisions more responsible in that. And really, to honor James' memory, I think you need to treat all citizens and citizen participants fairly and respectfully and take into account what we try to say. And to Commissioner Johnson, you spoke about the reasons that you are resigning and not wanting to be a part of the commission and being labeled with decisions that you didn't agree with. I think now is the opportunity for you to speak out and speak out for those of us that try to make good trouble, speak the truth of what's going on, and you can do a great service by your presentation.
Ms. Beatty, I think we're out
will
of time.
help inform the public what's going on in this community.
Ms. Beatty,
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
we're out of time.
Do we have anybody else in chambers wishing to speak to general public comment? Mr. Shepherd, welcome back.
Welcome, Mr. Paul. I find it hard that you are here considering that your daughter has COVA. This is in a house item, and I find it hard that you're here. One, I respect that you're here as far as duty goes, but under that, endangering the public. I think I wanted to say also, like back Nathan Scott and the comments that he had made, this is an ongoing problem we've had since 2003 when you were elected mayor. This is not something that was just shifted from one seat to another. It was carried from one seat to the other, from a commission seat to a mayor seat. And Nathan Scott didn't mention that. That there is something that we as citizens have been rebuttaling. And you got great people like Debbie Martinez, Joe Beatty, and several others, citizens that came to this podium and spoke their mind and got ignored. This is something why I think that Mr. Biden needs to be removed from office, and also yourself, because of the facts that have concurred. And this isn't something that has gone on when he was just a senator or governor of the state, and now he became president because of this idiocy of the Democratic Party that takes in backs that. I'm an MPA, so I can't be for one party or another, but as a citizen, I can, and this is what I'm speaking about. There's so many things that need to be corrected, and in the time that had been commissioner and mayor, they were overlooked. The people in East Gainesville, when Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Walker have been doing, and other commissioners prior, trying to better that district, but nobody shaking their hand and saying, yeah, let's do this, let's do that, and agreeing to what they're doing. Todd Chase, here with another one, that took a fault for East Gainesville. I mean, there's so many that have fault for East Gainesville and Gainesville in general. This thing, the solar panel, this here is something that is lighting upon the slave's land. I think it's forbidden. It should have been a letter of intent given to this lady and the residents in behalf of that solar panel in action, and wasn't done so. I watched it on TV, and I think that it was just a money thing, one hand to the other, and the man didn't know what to do to begin with, so he needed to go back to school and learn. Thank you.
Hey, Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Armando Grindy Gomez. Mr. Grindy Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the one thing I want to ask you a question about is about a little over a month ago, I asked you a very direct question. You actually answered me. You said, when I asked you the question about the decorum coming from your side of the dais, you said you're not aware of it, you don't see it. I don't know if you were pretending to say that to me or you were just wanting to just dismiss it. Well, here's the thing you can't be dismissive of, Mr. Mayor. When folks are acting badly on your side of the aisle, it's your job and duty to have decorum for either your colleagues. And it's not okay when you have colleagues that are coming there and threatening or wanting to have fisticuffs with residents. It's also not a good look when you have colleagues on your side of the aisle that are giving a middle finger to city employees, firefighters, and anybody else. Not okay. Also, what's not okay is people that want to play the game and say people are anti-Semitic. So to the commissioner that said I was anti-Semitic, my mother's Jewish. Rich tried, nice try. But Anybody calling one thing that operates in racial pejoratives toward black people shouldn't be calling somebody anti-Semitic. And nobody has come after the city manager because he's Jewish. But people came after Deborah Bowie, who's also Jewish, to Commissioner Sacco, and none of y'all defended Miss Bowie, who's Jewish. You didn't know that. You probably say, oh, she's just a light-skinned black lady. She's Jewish. So there were more than just one Jewish person that's been a city manager to Commissioner Sacco. So don't come to me with that being Jewish stuff. Doesn't work. And also, Mr. Mayor, you know, it's fine for us to have decorum, and you should get on us, but it also goes equally on that side of the aisle. I stand with every one of those city employees whose jobs have been threatened and who want to get the middle finger from a lot of you all. But guess what? You know what? We're going to stand with them. And maybe some of you all don't, but kudos to Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker and kudos to Commissioner Gail Johnson. You aren't mansplaining, and you're not a man, Commissioner Gail Johnson. Some of your colleagues might be confused by pronouns or genders, but we know who you are. You are a real woman with integrity, and we appreciate you and Commissioner Duncan Walker for having intestinal integrity and fortitude to not sit up there and vacillate. Good job. So, Mr. Mayor, I hope that you are, I don't wish anything on you. I hope that you are recovered. I'm not being patronizing. I hope that you're well. I hope your family's well. That's not something we play games with. And I also wish a speedy recovery to Commissioner David Ariola. And I hope all of you stay safe. Whether you think highly of me or not, I don't wish anything on any of you. Nobody needs to get this Delta variant. Everybody stay safe.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, we only have one more caller on the line. When you're ready, early public comment.
Okay, anybody else in chambers for public comment? Anybody? Okay, Adam, back to you.
Okay, Ms. Robin Louis, we understand you're here for early public comment and one issue. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. This is Robin Louis with the Rural Women's Health Project, and I'm also the community liaison for the Gainesville Immigrant Neighbor Inclusion Initiative, also known as GNV. I wanted just to take a moment to address one of the issues that is on the list for today, and that has to do with the distribution of the American Rescue Plan funds. I just wanted to take a moment to give that reminder of the guidelines presented by the Treasury for the American Rescue Plan funding. I think it's important to keep in mind as we think about distribution, and I know that's part of the discussion for today. The much needed relief should focus on 4 areas, and I'd like to address 2 of them, which are critical because of the ongoing pandemic and obviously the Delta spikes in our area. These are also 2 very important issues because of the overlap of the challenges being experienced and the inequities experienced by limited English proficient speakers. So 2 of those points that I'd like you to keep in mind is the support for urgent COVID-19 response efforts to continue to decrease the spread of the virus and bring the pandemic under control. And the second being to address systemic public health and economic challenges that have contributed to the impact of the pandemic. For those of us that have been working on Gainesville inclusion of immigrants and refugees into our community, the disparities that have been experienced by those that are limited English proficient speakers have been problematic. They continue to be, and we look to the city to help us to make sure that all people have access to the critical information, mandates, as well as access points in languages other than English. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing about that rich discussion later on today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Louis. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, that was our last caller.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for everybody sharing your thoughts and calling in. For the discussion of Archer and the solar farm, I'll just speak for myself. I certainly have tried to be as respectful as I know how and how my mama raised me. Sometimes that means not telling folks things that I don't know. And so that's why I haven't shared anything, because I don't know anything different than you do. I know that the application has been denied for that piece of property. I know that we have a contract with Origis to deliver us a solar farm, not at that property. It's their obligation to find the land to do it. And none of that has changed. That property is still in a state of denial from the county. They still owe us 50 megawatts of solar, and they have till December 31st to deliver that. So that's where things stand. And so I certainly don't want to discourage you from continuing to show up and sharing your thoughts with us. But I just don't have any new information or anything different to share with you that you don't already know. We're in the same situation as far as the status and where things are. If that changes, then we'll be sure to share that. If there's something new, if the contract falls through, if there's a new piece of property that's been identified and is going through the county process, I will share that. But the last time I spoke with the general manager of the utility, there was no new information. That property was still, under the county denial and not available. And they did ask us to pay more money, and we also agreed that under the contract that was not possible. They owed us the project at an agreed upon price. And so that, as far as I know, they're out there looking for a way to satisfy the contract. And I haven't heard anything different as of today. So again, if I know something different, if we know something different, we'll share that. And you can share that with your neighbors. And until then, I think we know the same information. And as far as decorum, I always do my best to try to treat everybody respectfully and treat everybody the same. I always can try to do a better job of that. I was not witness to either of the incidents that Mr. Grundy Gomez referred to. So I cannot comment on, what happened or who was responsible. I was just not present for either of those. So I don't really know what happened. I would certainly encourage all my colleagues and everybody that participates in these meetings that we do have a responsibility to each other to treat each other with respect and dignity and to put civility at the forefront of our discussions. When topics are emotional, those efforts can be tested. But as our police chief, Tony Jones, always reminds his officers, no matter how stressful the situation, there's always got to be at least one professional in the room. And I do expect us as elected officials and city staff to set that example and be the professionals. So I will continue doing my best, although I recognize that I can do much better. With that, I'll go over to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will take the opportunity to apologize to you and my colleagues once again, and to the people for having stepped out of the bounds of decorum at the last meeting. I will certainly endeavor to do better, no matter how many times I'm accused of treason or of being a Klan member. I will keep my passions within due bounds. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, on to our first business discussion item, please.
Okay, our first item for discussion is BD1 special election discussion. There is a very long recommendation, so instead of reading that, we will just get right to our presentation. If you wouldn't mind bringing that up on the screen, Ms. Kessler. And I do believe we have Mr. Nee and Ms. Barton with us as well today.
I think that was the only two. I think that was it. Do you remember? Could ask the clerk.
We can go ahead and go to the next slide.
I think it'll be a problem.
So as you all are aware, at the August 23rd special meeting of the City Commission, Commissioner Johnson read a letter stating her intent to resign from her seat, the at-large seat, seat on the City Commission. And in accordance with Section 2.04 of our City Code, our city charter, if more than 6 months remain in the unexpired term and the general election is not scheduled within 6 months, the commission shall fill the vacancy by a special election to be held not more than 60 days after the occurrence of the vacancy. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So where we are today is we did some follow-up to our general policy discussion, and as it is outlined in the item and as it is before you, we selected some dates for a special election and all of the supporting detail that goes with that for the most part. So just to give a correction on the fly, this date will actually be October 1st per a conversation with Commissioner Johnson. That will be the effective date of the vacancy upon receipt of an executed certificate of resignation, which does sit currently on the dais before Commissioner Johnson. That will in turn allow us to move forward with this outline as is before you. As it stands, September 20th through the 24th will be the qualifying period to be held, of course, at least 50 days prior to the election date. By October 16th, that's our deadline to release the proclamation that will outline the dates of the election, early voting, and the locations of our precincts. I will say here, Ms. Barton will probably speak to this further, that the determination of the available precincts is still underway. That's going to be dependent upon availability of those locations and poll worker availability as well. And then we tentatively have early voting scheduled for November 12th through the 14th to be held at the supervisor's office and the Millhopper Library. Election day, November 16th. And then if there's a runoff needed, if the commission does decide to indeed pursue a runoff, those dates would be October 21st to the 23rd for early voting and January 25th for the runoff if needed. Next slide. So this is our recommendation that you authorize us to go ahead and move forward with the special election, given those dates. Again, runoff if needed, if the commission does decide to pursue a runoff, that you all today appoint a commissioner to serve on the canvassing board, authorize my office to advertise a citizen seat on the canvassing board from September 2nd through the 30th, approve a $200,000 advance to the supervisor of elections office for the cost of the election. And that is also pending the budget amendment resolution that you all will hear this evening, and to direct the city attorney to bring back recommendations for a charter amendment to section 2.04 of the city charter that requires an election to be held within 60 days of a vacancy. And for the sake of our discussion today, I will ask that we remove this now presentation from the screen, and I will turn the floor over to Mr. Nee or Ms. Barton, whoever wants to jump in first.
Attorney.
Actually, let's hear from Ms. Barton first. We want to be respectful of her time. So Ms. Barton, are you with us and can you hear us? Oh, there you are. Hello, welcome.
I can hear you quite well. Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I tell you, this has definitely caught us by surprise. You know, it takes a lot of planning for elections and forethought. So normally, you know, with our regular city elections, we at least have 90 days and we start planning for it even before then. So we're at a point now, we don't know what polling places are available. So we're trying to check on that as well. Of course, we have to train poll workers. So we'll have to do that. There's so many things that go into putting elections together. And I think the recommendations that were put forth were just the 16th was just the best time, given, you know, Thanksgiving. So I'm highly, and my staff is in favor of the 16th, even though, you know, we had a wonderful, successful election in March. A lot of things have happened in terms of my office. Lost my chief deputy, Will Boyette. Most of you all know that. And we've had some challenges, but, you know, elections is what we do. So we're going to do the elections, and we want to make sure, we don't want to rush anything, but we want to make sure that we have efficient, accurate elections. And so it's just, it's very quick. It's very quick. So we have to rely on our vendors. Of course, our poll workers, and of course our polling place. So one of the things I'm really concerned about with this quick turnaround is our military and overseas voters, because in federal law, those ballots go out 45 days, so they wouldn't have that 45-day turnaround with this quick election. So that really concerns me. So as we're looking at future elections, I know that we have put the elections on the fall now, and that's a great thing. And you'll have to follow what we do on our county ballot in terms of, the military voters. So, but if there's ever a special election again, we really need to consider that, we have men and women serving in armed forces, and I think they should, have that 45 days. So, and I know the city is, not bound to that, but you got to think about how important their vote is as well. We had, in our discussions, and we won't know until we hear back from all the polling places, but we may have to do some consolidation, precinct consolidation. We do that anyway with some of the past city elections, but we don't know what we're working with. And until we find out definitely, there may be something, have to bring back to you, but, we may have to consolidate some precincts. And then, of course, there is going to be changes in minimum wage come September 30th. That's going to affect the poll workers as well. One of the key things normally during this time, we're kind of, it's our downtime to really get ready for next year. This year, as I said, it's been very challenging. We had Senate Bill 90, so there's a lot of things that, we knew we had plenty of time to kind of prepare for. And so now with this city elections, we got to get on the rush for some of those changes. And so, my staff and like I said, we're gonna do the elections. That's what we do. But my staff had all their plans for vacation, and a lot of them didn't have vacations this year so far with everything that had happened. But we're challenged. We're up for the challenge to do elections. That's what we do. But it's really going to affect them having to, and around the holidays and not being able to take off because we've got to do elections. Even if it's a runoff elections, it may be January, but we still got to be planning for the runoff election in December, even after the November election. We can't stop. We keep going. So, and on top of that, we have some municipal elections, other municipal elections as well. But as I said, there's a lot. We're having to bring on our operations staff earlier now. So there are some, some things that we've got to do and have to do in a hurry. But we are committed. For a countywide election, normally we have 120 days. Starting next year, we'd have more than that. So as I say, this is really taxing on us, the 60-day, very taxing on us. And so, but we are, as I said, elections is what we do. So now I do have some of my staff in this room with me, and let's talk. I want to talk about qualifying. And we, I know that was a recommendation. Originally, I remember Attorney Nee had put originally the 27th of September, but we're strongly recommending the September 20th at noon through September 24th. That really helps us with our layout of the ballot and really, not rushing. It gives us time to get what we need to our vendor and prepare. So, that's, a little bit, I think it's 50 to 46 normally for the city, but we're asking to move that up based on the circumstances with this special election to have qualifying the 20th to noon through the 24th noon of September.
Yeah, and Ms. Barton, that actually is in the recommendation that we've been presenting.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So, I'm just going to ask my staff, is there anything else I need to add? Oh, one of the things I think the clerk mentioned was the runoff. And I don't know where commissioners are lined up for, whether this could be a winner take all. And I would highly recommend that if that's, you know, I just, from my standpoint and my staff, the workload, as I said, that would fall, we'd be working all through. We won't stop. We won't stop. I mean, the time is ticking for us. We won't get any time off. We're gonna, if it's a runoff, we'll be working all the way through December, up to all the way through, and even after election day for post-election, all the things we have to do for post-election. So that's my strong recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barton. Mr. Nee, do you have anything you want to add?
Really, just in case you have any questions, but to sort of recap where we are. First of all, I think it's important to reiterate just how incredibly helpful and supportive the supervisor's office has been. Her and her staff are fantastic. It's very difficult to pull off a special election in such a short notice as is required by our charter. I think just as a prelude, in the very near future, I suspect we might be suggesting to the commission that you put forward a referendum to change our charter, to change the way that we fill unexpected vacancies. This is a situation where it's very difficult to fit the calendar in when it looks like we know a month in advance before the vacancy will occur. But of course, vacancies can often occur on zero notice whatsoever. And we would really be in a true bind then. So I think there are some better alternatives to pursue, and we can talk about that more in the future. But as to this vacancy, here we are. The very first thing we're going to have to find a way to sort out is to get the date of the vacancy locked in. And unfortunately, that will not, I mean, that's going to be up to Commissioner Johnson, and she can address that as she intends to. Beyond that, I think there's a few issues that have been touched on. The qualifying period that we normally have in city elections is 46 to 50 days prior to an election, Monday at noon through Friday at noon. That's the way it's always been. County races, not always, but that's the way it's been for the past several years. County races, I think, are 76 to 80 days prior. Here, because of the supervisor's concerns to make sure we get mail-in ballots in the hands of overseas, and particularly our overseas servicemen and women, we talked about moving the qualifying a week earlier so that instead of being 46 to 50 days before, it's 57 to 53 days before. Still retaining the Monday through Friday, Monday noon to Friday at noon, so as not to confuse people. And but that gives us that extra time to try to comply with the standards that are set in general elections to get these ballots in the hands of people as best as we can. And that's really the goal for increasing that qualifying period by a week in order to help the supervisor help our voters. The notion of the talk about the runoff and whether a winner take all is feasible, I think it's certainly allowable. We discussed that at the workshop last week, and that's entirely up to the commission. If we're going to have the runoff election, generally we would have it 6 weeks after the regular election. That put us in this situation at December 28th, which I think no one really thought was a very good date to have a citywide election, the Tuesday between Christmas and New Year's. So the date that's being proposed to you is January 25th, which is an extended period. It's 10 weeks between the regular and the runoff election. It also delays the time in which a new commissioner would be seated, but it is a date trying to work around hard dates in the calendar that might also promote participation by voters. And it's also important, again, for the supervisor's office to be able to get these runoff ballots, if they're necessary, printed and distributed to voters, again, including our overseas servicemen and women. I think that's all of the sort of unusual things to consider that explains the recommendations in the agenda item, and we can certainly answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nee. Thank you, Supervisor Barton. Appreciate you all working on this and being so accommodating. Supervisor Barton, I know that you and your team will get it done and get it done professionally and accurately. That's what you do. Y'all are amazing. So it's, while this is a little unusual, I have complete confidence in your all's ability to do it.
Thank you.
So that brings it back to the commission. We really have some decisions to make. I'm fine with the dates that have been laid out. I will say that I do not support a winner by plurality. I do believe that whoever gets elected should win by a majority of the vote until such time we have ranked choice voting. If we had a ranked choice voting system, I would be fine. We wouldn't need a runoff. That would alleviate the need for a runoff. But we're not there, and certainly not for this election. And so, I think it's important that whoever wins receives a majority vote of the people that they're going to serve, who choose to vote. And other than that, I'm good with the dates that have been laid out, including the qualifying period. Okay, we'll go over to Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, understanding the heavy lift that this is for everyone involved, particularly the Supervisor of Elections Office, in looking at the locations that we're considering right now, I wonder, Ms. Barton, what the possibility might be to ensure adding a location in East Gainesville.
If you all, I think that Clerk Gainey had provided you all with the statistics for early voting. I think that it should have been part of your.
It's in the backup.
Okay. So I wanted you all to have those statistics because due to the pandemic, I do believe this past March, the turnout for early voting, we did have an early voting site at MLK. And I think the highest number that we received that entire, 9 days for that particular site was 55 voters. Actually, for really all the sites, the turnout was lower than it had been in the past. So what I provided you was just the 2 standalone elections for 21 and 2019, but of course we were not in a pandemic. And so that's why, and even MLK is not that far from my office, just straight down 8th Avenue. And I'm just looking at, adding this and all the additional costs for it, it's your decision, but my recommendation is still my office in Mill Hopper.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And we've tried in the past, we tried Cone Park. We tried, for a couple of times. We tried it, we promoted it, the city promoted it, and we just have not got the return. So as I said, it's up to the commission, but Martin Luther King Center is really not that far from my office.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Thank you.
Do you conclude, Commissioner? Okay. Commissioner Hayes-Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the staff recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to move the staff recommendation, which is to authorize the city clerk to engage the supervisor of elections to hold a special election. The qualifying period will be noon on September 20th through noon on September 24th, 2021. Maybe not noon, Madam Clerk. Is it 9 a.m. on the 20th? Noon?
No, sir.
Noon to noon. Okay.
And I, before you finish, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Sure.
Just want to make it clear that I have not yet received the signed letter of resignation. So when that is ready, I will happily begin this process. But everything in this motion will stall until such time that letter is received.
Okay. So I'll get to Commissioner Johnson in one sec. Just want to make sure that everybody watching knows what the recommendation is. So qualifying would be September 20th through September 24th, noon to noon. The election would be held on November 16th. Early voting from November 12th through 14th, 9 to 6, at both the supervisor elections and Millhopper Branch Library. There would also be mail-in voting, of course. And then a runoff, if necessary, would be on January 25th, with early voting January 21st through 23rd. And I think that's the meat of it. Yes. Okay, so Commissioner Johnson?
Thanks, Mayor. To provide some clarification, I will be resigning effective October 1st. And as long as there is a notary somewhere in the building, Omi, I will get you the paperwork by the conclusion of this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm assuming we do have a notary in the building, probably a bunch. Okay, so once that is signed and notarized, Madam Clerk, then I think that you, assuming the passage of this motion, will have what you need to move forward with the supervisor of elections. I guess there's one other action we need to take, which is the authorizing of the $200,000, which is in this motion, but will also have to be included in the amendatory budget that we take up a little bit later. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, before we go any farther, want to thank Supervisor Barton and her office for being willing to take this on, and our clerk's office and our attorney's office for the tremendously quick turnaround on this. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate the effort that they've gone to thus far and will be going to. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now open it up for public comment on the motion. Anybody in chambers wish to comment on the motion?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scobb. So again, I'm disappointed and saddened with Commissioner Johnson's resignation. Again, I would hope that she would reconsider as a benefit to continuing to serve the city, supporting Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, and serving the citizens of Gainesville. Again, we need good governance, we need fiscal responsibility, we need commissioners that are willing to stand up against the status quo. And I think Commissioner Johnson, along with Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, you've shown the willingness to do that. So again, it's tremendously saddened, but it's a personal choice. I respect your choice. But again, I know that the paperwork is going to be signed, I guess, by the end of the meeting. But I would respectfully request, encourage that you reconsider that and remain on the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody?
We have somebody being screened right now. I do not believe it's a caller for this issue, but if you have somebody in chambers, please come back to me in a little bit.
Okay, and Ms. Shelley, I do see your hand. I'll get to you in a moment. Anybody else in chambers wish to speak to this motion? Shepherd, welcome.
My name is Donald Shepherd. People's representative running for mayor. I ditto what Mr. Nathan Scott had said. Sad to see you go, Mr. Johnson, and we hope there's no others to follow. I think this here is being handled in a formal manner, and I thank you, Mayor Paul, for help making it happen. And the people are going to truly miss you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Adam, back to you. Do you have anybody?
No, we reached out to the one caller who is on hold, and she hasn't responded. So the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thanks. Commissioners, we also need to appoint a member of the canvassing board. I'm happy to do it. It's been a while since I've done it, and since I have my days more free now, I'm willing to do that if unless anybody else wants to. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll amend the motion to appoint you as a canvassing member.
Okay, you okay with that? Okay. Ms. Shalley.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to let you know the city code requires that you all adopt a resolution that instructs the mayor to issue a proclamation for this election. So we will bring that resolution forward to you on your September 16th meeting, but it will simply memorialize many of the dates that you all agreed to today.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelley. And Madam Clerk, the motion was made by Commissioner Santos and seconded by Commissioner Sacco, for the record. Okay, and Ms. Gainey, I think, got whatever information she needed. So with that, we'll move to a vote on the motion, which is to adopt the recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Ariel absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, thank you. Next item, please. And Supervisor Barton, thank you for being with us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all for having me. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is BD2, fiscal year 21 agenda adoption of zero waste strategy report and implementation plan, with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation from Kessler Consulting Incorporated, provide feedback, and accept the Alachua County / City of Gainesville zero waste strategy report and plan.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Michael Heimbach, Sustainability Manager from the Public Works Department. In 2019, the City Commission approved an ILA with Alachua County to develop a zero waste strategic plan. Kessler Consultants, along with community builders from the city and the county, have been working towards completing this plan. Unfortunately, COVID did slow down the plan a little bit as we were getting feedback from stakeholders. But today we have a good strategy, I think, to present to you as we move forward. And as you probably know, through the Zero Waste Committee, Subcommittee, we've been working on many of the recommendations that are already in the strategic plan. So I'd like to introduce to you Chaz Jordan from Kessler Consultant. He'll present an overview of the plan, and we'll both be available for questions and comments afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. And if the clerk would please put the presentation up on the screen. And if you can go ahead to the second slide, thank you. So again, my name is Chaz Jordan. I am the senior consultant and the project manager from Kessler Consulting on this particular project. I want to thank you for your time today and for a great process with your community over the course of the last 2 years to develop, pardon me, a zero waste strategies report, which is presented before you today. Next slide. This project kicked off in 2018 with Alachua County, and as we went along, we incorporated the City of Gainesville as a partner into that project team. Over the course of 2019 and through 2020, KCI, or Kessler Consulting, conducted an analysis on the county and the city's current solid waste system, programs, and infrastructure. That baseline analysis was then utilized to identify possible strategies for altering material flow in the entire county and in the city specifically. Today, we are presenting the findings and releasing the proposed strategies report that will be continued to be reviewed by this commission and then the Board of County Commissioners later this month, and hopefully be put into place along with the implementation plan that's listed in it. And as Mr. Heimbach has already said, many of the strategies that have been vetted and reviewed through this process are already being undertaken by the city and the county at this time. Alachua County and the City of Gainesville has had significant momentum for zero waste initiatives. This slide shows all of the different organizations that have come together to help really push this process along and built this basically this coalition of community leaders to develop a zero waste strategy that's not only based upon what the government can do, but what the community can do as well. It has included political and upper management support, University of Florida initiatives, research and outreach, business and civic group, and nonprofit leadership such as Zero Waste Gainesville and the Repurpose Project. Next slide. Through this process, one of the chief goals of the Zero Waste Strategies report was to define zero waste for Alachua County and the City of Gainesville. This zero waste definition came directly from your stakeholders. It was proposed as a part of our stakeholder engagement process, reviewed and then updated by the city and county staff project team to make a comprehensive understanding of the system and the overarching goal of this strategies report. When we give these presentations, we always like to say that all waste is local. So we have developed this definition with you all in mind to be one that's focused on the county and the City of Gainesville. There's a number of zero waste definitions that are out there that have been utilized by multiple communities or various organizations, but this one has been developed specifically for the county and the city. Zero waste strategies are not always one size fit all. There's governing policies, different types of infrastructure, capital needs, and citizen interests that all go into those definitions. Next slide. Along with that zero waste definition were guiding principles that were recommended through stakeholder involvement for the city and the county to adopt in terms of moving forward into zero waste. These guiding principles follow not only some of the principles in the vision and mission of the city and the county, but also give some direction into what the intended outcomes of this process would be for both organizations. Next slide. So to give some background on zero waste in general, we do this in the intent to develop a circular economy here in the county. So this is a diagram of the current linear economy that we're all used to through the economy out in the general world and in not only in Florida, but around the United States. And it follows three simple steps: take, make, and dispose. A good example of this is taking a tree, making a piece of paper, and then crumpling up that piece of paper and throwing it away. And that tends to be the way that we go through the process of utilizing materials in our economy. Next slide. However, zero waste is focused on developing a circular economy in which you make, use, and then return, or you find ways to not even make in the first place. So in those ways that you're recycling that piece of paper so that it becomes paper again, as opposed to cutting down another tree, or that you're not using paper at all, that maybe you're using electronics or something along those lines. This diagram has four specific areas. Production, that means the conversion of raw or recycled materials into usable products. Reduction, limiting the need for as much raw material and replacing it with recycled or sustainable content. Reuse and repair, fostering the repair of commodities. And recycling and composting, which is fairly self-explanatory. Next slide. Next, just to give an overarching idea of how strategies are developed, it's based upon three different areas. And we use this model. This was a model and a diagram developed by KCI to show different areas in the stream of a material's use of where you can make policies or changes to accomplish zero waste. And it's upstream, midstream, and downstream. Upstream focuses on producer responsibility, product redesign, zero waste purchasing, and policies that promote a circular economy, basically changing how materials are first utilized and made. Midstream are those to find reuse, repair, repurposing, donations, and food recovery, things that we can do midway through that product's life. And downstream is discovering ways that we can actually divert that material into a smaller usable material such as recycling or composting and making it something different. Next slide. So through our process, we looked at the various players and the roles that they needed to play in this. And very quickly, this just shows the areas that we focused on in terms of this strategies report for the two governments we work with. In terms of, there are many roles that the government plays and some roles that the community plays. And there are many things that we would recommend for continued action and justification for the community to assist with. But we really focused on these areas of the government, what you can do to help stem the zero waste process in your community. And that really focuses on infrastructure, policies, and programs. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Next slide. So these different policies or these different areas really look at leveraging the capital and political support necessary to expand your infrastructure. So processing facilities, vehicles, whatever you may need to make some of these happen, make some of these strategies happen. Policies that improve the circularity of the economy and reduces waste, and designing programs that support community-wide initiatives. So the strategies report then really focused on these three areas to give you all as city leaders ways that the city can really implement some needed changes while working with the community to look at their ways of implementing zero waste initiatives as well. Next slide. So to say that you guys have been busy would be an understatement. You guys have definitely put forth a number of different programs that have helped the zero waste process along. There's the pay-as-you-throw solid waste rate structure, mandated commercial recycling, multiple reuse stores and facilities here in the county and in the city, and hazardous waste diversion. All are great steps towards zero waste that you all here in the city have already accomplished. Next slide. So the strategies that we looked at beyond what has already been put into place with our baseline assessment fell into three basic categories: general strategies, recycling, and C&D recovery, and organics. And the reason for that is a lot of this deals with how do we take these materials as they go through the waste stream and do something with them so that they're not landfilled. And so many of these strategies fall into one of these three specific areas. Next slide. So as you probably can see in the large report that we published, we also wanted to put forth an implementation plan to give you an idea of how to move forward from here. So all these strategies are great, but when should you implement them and why? So in January, we took the strategies that we had developed and we had vetted through your city and through your county staff and held a implementation town hall meeting that was held on Zoom, and it included multiple stakeholders from Zero Waste Gainesville, the Repurpose Project, University of Florida, Santa Fe College, waste haulers, local businesses, and much, much more. And they all gave us ideas of what they'd like to see moving first. What would they like to see happen in certain orders so that they can get behind the Zero Waste Initiative? And the next three slides, if we go to the first one, represent those three phases. And we're going to I'm not going to go through each of these. This is just to present up on the screen. But we put it into three phases. Phase one being those that need to happen fairly quickly, that need to happen to start off some of the ones that are in phase two and phase three. And those that are highlighted here, we're going to probably talk about a little bit more. Next slide. Phase two strategies are really those that would need some action from those phase one strategies to be viable and require some lead time and planning by the city and the county to implement. Next slide. Then phase three are longer term strategies. Those things that may guide the direction of phase one and phase two towards an ultimate end goal, something that could really assist the county or the city in implementing great overarching zero waste programs. Next slide. So some of these phase one strategies that we looked at first was the zero waste plan or policy. And in 2016, Commissioner Hayes Santos presented to this group that they wanted to be a zero waste city. And through that, in 2018, you all actually developed a strategy to do that, in which you would hit a 75% goal by 2020 and a 90% goal of reducing the amount of material going into your landfill by 2030 and become a zero waste city by 2040. You're not alone in this. There's a number of other communities out there who have done this. I just wanted to go through a few of them just to give you an idea of where you're at, because you're really leading the charge. Austin, Texas, in 2005, wanted to have a 20% reduction by 2012, a 75% reduction by 2020, and a 90% reduction by 2040. Fort Collins, Colorado, in 1999, that early, wanted to have a 35% reduction by 2004 and a 50% reduction by 2010. And then Phoenix, Arizona, a large metropolis, is looking only at a 40% reduction over the course of the next few years, with a goal starting in 2020 and moving forward. Next slide. Other policies and programs that you're already working on that can give you some more movement towards zero waste. One is a procurement policy, in which we have a case study from Portland, Oregon, where they have actually implemented an internal policy that the city can not purchase materials unless they consider consumption reduction, life cycle costing, or the use of sustainable materials. Not just recyclable materials, but sustainable materials overall. Next slide. There's other ways that you can partner for procurement policies. A little too far. All right, well, I'll just keep reading. Other partnership options when it comes to a procurement policy is there's the Association for Plastic Recyclers. That one right there. Thank you. Utilizing their post-consumer resin vendor list when selecting contractors. State contracts such as FDMS that has specific areas for climate-friendly products. The Northeast Recycling Council has a buy recycled policy that samples for cities and communities to use, and even the EPA has a recycled content tool that when developing a policy or trying to purchase something, you can determine how much of it is recycled content for considering that as a part of your selection. Next slide. And then finally, one of the things we really wanted to focus on is a recommendation for waste generation, tracking, and management. And there's a number of different ways that you can do this, but really looking at the ways that you can make sure that you're measuring the progress. And there are a number of different ways out there to utilize. There's the EPA WasteWise Partnership, which is a voluntary program where you can track and manage your data for different types of waste generation and use. There's also the Retrack Municipal Measurement Program, which is just launched in 2019, and it provides other data like the economic benefits of recycling, benchmarking analysis, and so on. Next slide. And then finally, the EPA has also put forward a program that can help you called Retrack, in which it will also give you carbon indexing and other different metrics that you can utilize to showcase where you're going and why zero waste is important. So with that, those are just a few of the strategies that we've looked at here in the strategies report. And next slide, we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have on the report, the presentation, or anything along those lines.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jordan. Appreciate you working on this with us and being with us today to present this. We'll stick around in case there are any questions, and we'll turn to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your work on the report and implementation plan. Just want to kind of give the commission an update. We had on the zero waste ordinance we're working on the zero waste subcommittee. We had a town hall meeting on, was it Tuesday evening, to kind of get full kind of feedback from the community on the draft. And we have draft ordinance, and hopefully right now the attorney's office and staff are kind of working out the final details and then bring it back to the commission for discussion. Hopefully, I don't know, 60 to 90 days. I think not too much of a rush, but and that should cover pretty much all like construction demolition, food diversion as well, recycling, composting. It is a comprehensive ordinance, and I'm excited about the direction that helps us get to zero waste, and also in helping to reduce climate change, and also helping with the food insecurities in our community as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm really excited for that whole comprehensive ordinance to come back. One thing that we didn't talk about, as far as I remember, is actually here on phase 2 strategies, which is developing a community-wide zero waste recognition and certification program. I don't know why that never came up, but I really like that concept of, I know there are people who are like, I'm trying to do my part, I want to go shop somewhere that is conscious, or businesses are like, I think I'm doing everything, and then when they actually get the checklist or the steps, they say, oh, I'm not actually doing everything. So I think it works both ways of, you know, the self-interest of I want to be doing my part, and I want people to know I'm doing my part as my business, and help folks. I guess it's like when people try to make their business energy efficient. What is it? LEED certified. They're like, oh, see, I am, but they don't actually know if what they're trying to do is accomplished by what they've done. So I think a program like this is something that I would really like us to create and have out there, because I think a lot of our small businesses especially are keen to do their part.
May I respond to that?
Of course, yeah.
Yes, that's one of the reasons why we put it in phase 2 is we knew there were a lot of things that were listed in phase 1 that were currently in progress. So phase 2 are things that could be looked at in the near future. And in that one specifically, that really goes to those community roles that I talked about, is really providing an incentive to your local businesses, your community leaders, to champion some of these things that aren't necessarily government roles to take on out in the community, which both of those things together help the full progress of zero waste.
Thank you. I have a question about sort of the role of coordination between the city and the county as we move forward. And I don't know if Mr. Heimbach, you're the best person to answer this, or Mr. Feldman. You know, I know that we have collaborated financially and sort of in the development process of the plan up to this point. But what does this look like moving forward? Is the idea that we're going to have parallel ordinances and parallel policies, so regardless of where somebody is, you know, on the city or unincorporated side of the county line, that everything's sort of congruent with one another? Or are we just going to get going on our thing, and then the county will kind of hopefully do something similar but not necessarily identical?
Yeah, great question, and I think it's the final thing. We will work, I think, together on things that we are totally, you know, in sync with. They may achieve it in a slightly different manner. You know, for example, we're looking at carts for curbside recycling. They'll probably maintain the bins. So those sort of things they'll kind of move forward with, but they'll also be working, and we'll be working with them to look at more of the broader county-wide programs. For example, a construction and demolition debris facility would be something that both parties would be interested in. So I think we can both work together, and then also if we have a slightly different opinion or a different method to get there, we can do that also. But our goals are still the same.
Okay, Ms. Feldman?
If I could just echo too, one of the things that we've been pushing is that we need to bring the other municipalities into the discussion as well. You know, ideally, we will have a county-wide mission. We may achieve things slightly differently, but we need to bring in our other municipal partners to this discussion.
So where is that effort? I mean, is the county going to lead that effort, or is that yet to be determined?
We've suggested that the county lead that effort.
Right, okay. And what about on the committee? Have you gotten to that level of discussion?
Mr. Mayor, we haven't talked about the other cities too much. I have had a conversation with other commissioners on the county side. I think they saw us taking the lead, and then they would kind of follow our efforts. But I do agree. I think a county-wide, the more we can be in line, the better it is. But we also, I don't think we can wait for everyone to get where we are. For us, if we don't start moving forward, they won't move forward either. So I think we are going to have to take the lead, and I think others will come towards us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would love to bring the other 8 municipalities along. Certainly, the more folks who are on the same page, the greater the economies of scale we can take advantage of, and services being offered, et cetera, and the easier it is for the people who live here to not have to figure out where the city limits are and that sort of thing, and not have to see different sorts of services depending on which side of the street they live on. Having said that, I do hope that the county will follow closely what we're doing, but it's really up to them. I mean, they're going to have to pick it up, and they're the ones who are going to have to try to bring along the other municipalities, because frankly, I don't think we're going to have a lot of success asking the other municipalities to come along on this kind of effort until they see some actual results on our part and see that it's not as difficult as some folks might make it out to be. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. And just one more thing on that. One of the main things in this ordinance is standardization. So no matter where you are, it's going to be the same color. And I think a lot of coordination with the University of Florida as well, since they're probably the next biggest producer of waste behind the city of Gainesville. That everything is kind of the same. So wherever you are, you're a restaurant, you're at home, wherever it is, it's the same kind of message, same color. So hopefully that standardization can then be brought out to the rest of the community. With that, I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
Okay, a motion by Kay Santos, second by Commissioner Sacco. to approve the staff recommendation. Gentlemen, thank you both. Stick around in case other questions come up, please. But we'll turn it over to the public for comment. And Adam, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in chambers that wishes to speak to the motion? Okay, one moment, Mr. Shepherd, if you give us a sec. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Yes, I'm Don Shepherd. What I have is thank you to the trash recycling people. I received my 64-gallon new dumpster container yesterday, and I was like inquisitive of where was the box that they showed in the picture of their last PDF proposal that they were proposing to the residents, and I look forward to seeing that because I think that's a significant help for shoppers. When we shop, we have no place to put our plastic bags, and it'd be much easier for us to have a box to put them in than to take and keep them in our residence or in a shed for them to be stored until they're being utilized. Also, it was mentioned about a yellow container. I would like to hear more about what this yellow container is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Yellow container I know about is for food waste. It's a pilot program going on right now in just a couple neighborhoods to see how it works. And then I think the eventual goal is to, expand that to the entire city once we have the resources to do so. But yeah, it's a food waste diversion program. Anybody else in chambers wish to speak to the item? Okay, with that, we'll move back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker and Ariola absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, our next item is BD3, American Rescue Plan, with a recommendation that the commission authorize the city manager's office to lead the effort to streamline matrix and place data into usage categories. 2, that the charters collectively review and make recommendations for ARP funds. 3, that the charters propose methodology for how community partners can access ARP funds. And 4, that the charters bring back the above items back to the October 21st City Commission meeting for review, discussion, and approval.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Folsom, welcome. Congratulations on your interim appointment.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your willingness to step into that role. And you've got some big tasks and projects ahead of you, including this one. So we'll recognize you for sort of an update on where we are and where you recommend us, or how you recommend us moving forward, and then we'll have a discussion amongst the commission.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Commissioners. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to serve for you and with you. I also want to take the opportunity to thank my boss, the city clerk, Ms. Michelle Gainey. She has been a godsend, and I really appreciate her so very much. I also want to take time to thank my fellow charters at this point, and I definitely want to thank the manager. He's been so collaborative with me as we deal with ARP and setting up a process and as we move forward. So thank you so much for your help with that, as well as all my other charters. I also want to take the time to thank Miss Sylvia Warren. I really want to thank Sylvia a lot. She's been so helpful to me in this transition process. She's been so professional, and I want to let her know I appreciate her from the bottom of my heart, as well as all of the OEI staff. I want to tell them thank you as well. They've done some work on this project prior to me being involved, and I want to let them know I appreciate them for the work that they've done on behalf of the office as well as the city and the city commission. So thank you all. I also want to take time to thank Ann Wolf. Ann Wolf played a part as they did community engagement. So I want to thank Ann Wolf as well for her participation with this process and all of her help as well. So I don't want to leave nobody out. And so thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for this opportunity. After reviewing the agenda item and all of the backup associated, I'm not sure if everybody had a chance to read it, but definitely check out OEI's summary document that outlines the engagement piece that was done. It outlines some steps that we could possibly do in moving forward and making sure that we stay equitable in this process, as well as we take into consideration some of the things that the community expressed that they wanted to see. And the beautiful thing about it is some of the things that the community expressed in those engagement sessions are already things that you guys have identified as well. So there's a level of synergy that's already there happening. After reviewing it, I got with the charters and they were in support of the fact that we need to give more time for more community partners to be involved in the process. The 2-week period of time was really, really fast, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, and I don't think that allowed for enough community partners to be able to participate in the process. So we need to extend that out to give more time for that to occur. It is my hope as well as that we have some community partners that are bigger than others. I hope that there would be some synergy amongst them to be able to collaborate themselves, to be able to tackle some of these issues potentially that you guys want to see them do. That way a bigger nonprofit can help another nonprofit and they can partner together with the people that they serve and possibly serve more people, a diverse group of people as well. So we want to make sure we do that. And in doing that, one of the things we need to start off with is we've received new guidance as it is from the Treasury Department. As you know, anytime you do a new initiative like that, like this, Treasury is always updating the rules. And so they've done it. And so that's why, number one, we're asking the city manager's office, and he has graciously volunteered to allow his staff to be able to take the ideas as currently presented and put those into the categories that Treasury has already outlined for us to put them into. The second thing is for us as charters to collaboratively come back and review the proposals that have been submitted by the commission and be able to put those into some type of summary document for you to consider. Well, we've seen alignment. You guys have had support on certain issues that we will bring them back in a document as guidance. It's not to say this is what you should do or you gotta do it. It is a suggestion or recommendation to make your decision making a little bit easier, as well as it allow for better readability so that you can see, hey, what do my other colleagues have consensus on and what do we don't? The third thing is the charters propose a methodology for how community partners can access ARP funds. What that means is we had 14 community partners, I believe, apply the first round, if you will. Technically, they put in an equity tool kit submission, and some of them submitted additional documents. We have not come up with an official application process. I think that we need to be more clear for them so they understand what they're getting into when they take this money from us. Not only what is our expectations of who they're going to serve, how they're going to track who they're going to serve, as well as the reporting requirements that we're going to need them to come back and report to this body to let them know, to let us know, hey, did you do what you said you was going to do? Did you service the people that you said you was going to be able to service? And did you do it in an equitable way? Those are things that we need to highlight for them, as well as additional things that I know that myself and the charters will collaborate on creating the process that everybody's clear on what the expectations for this money is and what's the expectation of the needs that we're trying to solve as a commission and as a community. And so those groups that have already submitted that equity tool, they wouldn't necessarily have to create or reproduce that and do another equity tool. But what they are going to have to do, like everybody else, is submit an application. That way we can make sure we're more inclusive in the process and everybody's clear, including those 14, and what the expectations are as we move forward. And so step number 4 is the charters are bringing back the above items back to your October 21st City Commission meeting for review, discussion, and approval. We want to take some time to do that because of everything that we have going on for us, the budget and other things, priorities. But we want to take time to make sure we vet through the application process, that we read over it, we put it together, we vet through it, we send it out to whoever needs to review it and give us back their thoughts, and making sure that it's easy to use, it's easy to be understood. We want to make sure that our community partners can grasp those concepts and what it is that we're looking for in a simplistic way as possible. And if they have any questions, we want to give them enough time to be able to come back to us with questions as we just develop the application. So when we come back on the 21st, nobody will be done got the application. It's just going to be something that we're going to develop along with the charters to bring back for your review. So I wanted you to know that that's where we're at, and that's where I'm proposing that we go. And primarily I'm proposing it so that we can allow more people to be equitably engaged in the process. I also would recommend that we allow some of your colleagues to be able to submit requests if you felt rush your own selves because of what the requirements were the first time, to hurry up and figure out and do the equity tool for each one. I want you to go ahead and submit your request, not adding in the equity tool. Equity staff will come back once the commission has collaborated and said, hey, these are some things potentially we want to do in the big buckets, and we'll help you develop those plans to make sure that they're equitable. That way we can ensure that the process is done correctly as possible. But right now it's about getting your ideas in and helping us be able to formulate something to bring back to you. So thank you so much. If you have any questions of me or the charters, we're here to answer any questions that you have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Folsom. Appreciate that. There's a synopsis there. So we'll start with Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Folsom, thank you for the synopsis and for the conversations leading up to it. And congratulations as well.
Thank you
glad to
so
see
much.
You in this role. Yes, I agree with everything that you put out there. I don't believe that our community partners have had really the opportunity to put together everything they need to be entirely clear and to get the best opportunity to succeed in funding. And you hit the nail on the head. Some of us, including myself, were rushed when we put this together.
Right.
And I can certainly be more in depth about the things that I put out there. And want to revise many of the things that I put out there, because it's been 2.5 months. The land underneath us has shifted, as it always will. I want to thank our community partners who are obviously here for this discussion, for coming out today. And I do think that we can get to a really great process, but we don't have one yet.
Right.
So I'm going to be supportive of the staff recommendations as listed. I'll wait to make a motion, or somebody else can make a motion, but I'm going to be supportive of those. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Hi, Mr. Fulton. Happy to see you in the role.
Thank you.
And doing an excellent job so far. I said this, I think, 2 months ago. The longer we wait to get money in the hands of people, the worse those folks' situations will be. And I understand that we have to come up with a system and a strategy and a fair and equitable system to distribute money. I get that. I would just urge urgency.
Yeah.
But that aside, I'm looking at what we do have. The proposals that did make it onto that matrix, and 6 out of 7 commissioners agreed on one thing, and that was utility repayments. And I've asked it before, if we know we have a certain amount of money. I have the email from Mr. Belarski that says how much are in those payment plans. I would humbly but urgently ask my colleagues to just agree to set aside that portion from whatever else the total is to help folks pay off those repayment plans. A lot of folks in especially energy inefficient homes have trouble paying one utility bill. They can't pay 2 months worth of utility bills as they pay back that program. And every sacrifice they make to pay that second bill is a sacrifice they didn't need to make if we just go ahead and cancel out the debt from the COVID payment plans, letting them start again from zero. So whatever the motion is to accept these recommendations, I understand why we have to do it on that preferred timeline, but I would ask whoever makes that motion to also authorize, if this math from June is still correct, at a maximum of $250,000 to clear out those debts by GRU's program. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations on Mr. Folston.
Thank you.
Was that $250,000? Yeah, I support that. One thing I do want to there are some that I think are like, I heard like a sorority house is one of them that is backed up and stuff like that. I do think we need to come some kind of program to make sure that I don't think we need to pay all the utility bills for a sorority house, and make sure it goes to people in need. But for staff to come back with a kind of how that money would be spent, or the program it outlines, that would be supportive of that. So I don't see any other light. So I'll move staff's recommendation, and that staff come back with the utility debt forgiveness up to $250,000 back to the commission.
By the October 16th meeting, I'm assuming. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Motion, Madam Clerk, was by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ward. Did you want to make a specific date in your motion?
I don't know what would work from staff. I don't know what that entails.
We might need some input from staff before we commit to something we want to make sure we can achieve. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So is Mr. Bolarski on? I think he's trying to come on. No? I can't read from a distance. That's broadcast. Never mind.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I know that it took like a day or so to pull up the data, but would it be possible to update that data on a short time frame and then be able to parse out those within the city limits who don't have that surcharge on their bill, and accounts such as the sorority house or other outliers that are clearly not households?
I certainly think that we can do that. I will assign that task to Kenzon Hutchinson, who's acting in the interim chief customer officer role. Yes, I will do what we can, or we will do what we can to get that information.
Do you have like, I know you can't speak for Mr. Kenzon, but does that take 6 weeks? Does that take 2 weeks? I'm just trying to make sure that another billing cycle doesn't come out for these families.
Oh, yeah, no. We should be able to do this fairly quickly. I mean, the only thing probably that would add to that would be that we have the Labor Day weekend coming up. But I would certainly hope next week.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you, sir. Given that, can we just ask that it be in a couple weeks since it's a singular program with the data readily available?
Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think as soon as they can get it onto an agenda, I think that works for me. Yeah, we have a meeting on the 23rd as well, and on the 16th. So.
Okay, so as soon as it's ready and available for an agenda, we'll just kind of direct that at you, Mr. Folston, since you're still the shepherd of this process. So I support the motion. I'm curious. I will tell you what my preference would be for Commissioner Ariola sitting home recovering. I know would have an opinion on this that he's not going to be able to share, but I'm thinking that this might be best discussed in an isolated meeting, because I think we're going to have a lot of people from our community, including organizations that are going to want to take their time with this, and you know, I think that meeting on the 16th is probably going to be a pretty full agenda, since you know, it'll be a month between meetings. And so I would be supportive of scheduling a special meeting to discuss you know, the American Recovery Plan allocations, and just give us enough time to really focus on that and nothing else. And you know, we could do that possibly before the 16th. I mean, I'd leave it to the clerk to look at some dates, but you know, if we can get it before the 16th after our fall recess, then fantastic. You know, 21st is the next meeting. Okay. So anyway, y'all get my point. I just think it would be a little cleaner and maybe more productive if we have a standalone meeting like we originally intended, to just talk about the allocations here. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll amend the motion to have the clerk schedule a special meeting to discuss the ARP.
Okay. Seconder, okay. Mr. Sacco? Oh, Ward? Yeah, okay. Seconder agrees, so we'll schedule a special meeting to discuss this. And I just, you know, and I will, so the other request I'm going to make is if, Madam Clerk, you'll work with Betsy to schedule a meeting with certainly Mr. Folston, and then any other staff members that are going to be involved in this process. I'd just like an opportunity to explain in a little bit more detail what I intended with all of my allocations. You know, because I'll just, for my largest, it was about a third of the money, $10 million. At first it went down as energy rehabilitation of low and moderate income homes, which is true, but really that whole thing, if you look at my proposal, was about housing stabilization. And so it was a homelessness prevention element. It was helping folks with, damaged roofs or busted windows, just helping the very low and extremely low income folks that are living in substandard housing get their housing just up to a minimum level. Of course, a big part of that would be energy efficiency. And so that also ties into homelessness prevention and sort of rehousing strategies as well. So it's a big bucket. It wasn't really clear, I understand, and the way I described it. So, I would just like an opportunity to go through my items and just add a little bit more context towards, what it is I'm hoping to achieve with those. And then I think that will help y'all with the equity tool component. Then it'll be a little bit more clear who that benefits and how that helps us achieve our equity goals or not.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, let's just schedule that meeting. And then, I think as far in advance of that ultimate special meeting that we can get the more robust, detailed description of what all of the commission proposals are, then community members can have a better idea of how their goals align with what these proposals are, right? So, like, I don't know, I'm pick on you, John and Teresa, because you're in the chambers, but I know where y'all are going to be coming from, and so if you can look at our proposals and say, okay, yeah, that fits our sort of organizational mission goals and specifically what our needs are because of the impact COVID's had, then great. We can sort of align those and agree that that's a great use. And then other organizations where they look at everybody's proposal and say, we're not anywhere on there. Like, I certainly had a great conversation with Robin Louie, who called in earlier today. And, she brought up something that I hadn't considered and hadn't been thinking about. And it caused me to go back and revise my original recommendations. And so, that I think the more detail we have and the more our neighbors and community organizations understand what the intention of the different proposals are and whether they fit into those or not, then they can sort of come and be advocates for something that's completely new and different, but still, a way that our neighbors have been significantly impacted by COVID, or whether that they're already covered by something that's already got broad support. So anyway, that would be my hope. If we can get that scheduled, maybe next week at some point. I'm ready to have that discussion as soon as we can get everybody together. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to touch on one area on broadband funding. The infrastructure bill did pass the Senate. I think it's still in the House. It does include broadband funding, but unfortunately, the telecom lobbyists got a hold of that, and there is money going to cities for municipal broadband is not going to happen from that money that came in the infrastructure bill. They did a good job of writing out cities from being able to receive money from it. So these RFP dollars are really our only chance to be able to get federal dollars right now in kind of the foreseeable future for broadband internet. Currently, we just had a portion of the study that came back on broadband, and it does, I think the city manager sent it out. It would allow, for $12 million, we could build out the priority 1 area for the city, which would be 10,000 homes, 2,000 commercial areas, 12 public housing apartment complexes, and it focuses on really the digital divide and addressing one of the biggest issues that is still happening with COVID and not being able to access internet. So hopefully that's something we can fund, and I just want to let people know that the infrastructure bill is not going to help us with broadband funding. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
I forgot something. Don't hate me. Paying your utility bill will mean nothing if you get evicted anywhere. I was speaking with the managing attorney of Three Rivers, who now has that contract with us to help with eviction assistance for Gainesville neighbors. And while we discussed the legal strategies available to folks, it became very readily apparent that without the CDC moratorium, most folks don't have a legal leg to stand on. And even if you did have one, the courts are hesitant to give any relief unless you can put into the court deposit your rent that's due. So I spoke to staff, and one suggestion was that we set aside in escrow a certain amount of money that Three Rivers can use when they operate under our legal grant, our grant to assist with evictions. And that way they know the amount of rent that is needed for that case to have a chance to survive court. And they can take that exact amount per client that comes to their office. Don't hate me. Again, I think that's something that, if possible, I'd like to see expedited, because that flood of evictions is just gonna hit us any day, and it's already started to trickle in. And if you don't have the money to put in the deposit, you don't get to go to trial. You don't really get to go present any case, because the courts will say, well, you don't actually have the rent. You have no defense anyway. So if we could look at putting aside maybe $500,000 exclusively for that use, and as attorneys, I think they'll be pretty responsible and have integrity with the use of that money, and not just use it for a yacht. I think that would actually benefit and support the money that we've put towards that eviction relief program by hiring them for that program. Otherwise, the year backlog of evictions that's going to hit us, it won't be helped one way or the other, no matter how many attorneys we hire, if they don't have that rent deposit and if they don't have that to get into court. So if it could be added, pretty please, that we look at creating a certain fund for as soon as possible use for our partner Three Rivers that we already have under contract, I'd really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I can add that to the motion that the $500,000 and that kind of program come back to the commission as well. And I think one of the things too, I think we need to get a better understanding. The county has millions of dollars, my understanding, of state and federal dollars that are not being spent, and why that are supposed to address this exact issue too. So I think that's something I'd like to get a better idea when that does come back to us of how do we make sure those dollars which were allocated directly for this are used, and why are they not being used, and maybe try to use those first, and this is the backlog if it's not.
Yeah. I actually sent a letter to the chair of the county commission asking for an update on those funds as well as some other funds, and did get a response. I'll ask that be placed in all of your boxes, or that email forwarded to all of you. And I won't editorialize on the response. I'll let you, read it with an open mind. But I do support. Okay, so Commissioner Ward is okay setting aside $500,000 to use for emergency eviction prevention. Kind of leading up. I mean, I think that I'm going to be supportive of a number greater than that when we ultimately make our decisions. That certainly is emergency highest best use of these dollars. But yeah, I think that at least gets some. The landlords that are going to file on the first opportunity they have, to get some relief for them in the short term. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I think you heard those two amendments. The one says staff recommendation, and then a set aside of up to $250,000 for utility assistance to clear back debt, and up to $500,000 to be put in an account that Three Rivers will have access to help with eviction prevention efforts, and then everything else will come back and have a discussion at a special meeting. Okay, with that, we'll open it up for public comment, and we'll start with you, Adam. Adam, you are on mute.
Oh, somebody, are you picking me up now?
We got you 5 by 5.
There you go. Okay, sorry about that. We do have one caller for BD3. It is Tilford Cartwright. Tilford, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Have the floor currently or in 3 minutes?
You know, you have it now for 3 minutes. And if
okay.
you could turn your background, either your TV or your computer screen off, we're getting a little background feedback.
I did. Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. Yes, this American Rescue Relief funding, as far as I'm concerned, and many people here in residents here in Gainesville, Florida would be, or would share the same concern. This funding should not be used to expand, say, for example, rapid rehousing for the quote-unquote homeless. It should not also be used to feed the beast, so to speak. Many of the landlords are aware of this American Rescue funding, and many have shown, or some, not many, or many, have shown a lack of concern for the residents, but more concern for the American Rescue Fund. Could this possibly be a buyout or a rescue for the property owners, and thus then incentivizing or encouraging for more apartments to be built here in Gainesville, Florida, and this would never add to the existing stock of private homes, which could, or which will keep down the price of private homes and encourage more private home ownership. Because the facts are there. When the market is saturated, or when the housing market is saturated, the price of homes stay affordable, and also they don't tend to increase beyond the average or just above the average prospective home purchasers. So I'm concerned about this American Rescue funding and how the city has discussed how it will use these funds. And at the end of the day, will it increase the size and scope of government and government control here in Gainesville, Florida? I think so, and many will share the same thoughts. And that would be my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. We have two other callers at the moment. The next in line is Nancy Darren.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Yep.
We're going to come to the chamber. Mr. Scott, go ahead.
May I please have the overhead before we start? Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Nathan Scott. So if I heard the motion correctly, it's to adopt staff recommendation to provide interim relief of $250,000 for utility debt forgiveness, which is a big line item under Matrix, and provide $500,000 for eviction relief. I thought I heard that correctly. I think the concerns I have, I think interim relief is good. This is the matrix that the commissioners filled out. It's attached as backup to the item. What you see is a lot of consensus around utility debt forgiveness. And I think that's important for making GRU solvent so that the general body of ratepayers don't have to bail out the bad debt. If you got federal money to help, that's better than us having to pay for it. Also, too, there seems to be a lack of consensus, as shown on the overhead matrix, around what projects the city wants to fund. And there's good consensus around utility debt forgiveness, not a lot of consensus around nonprofit assistance, definitely not a lot of consensus around broadband. We heard broadband, and two of the commissioners on there, you can see Commissioner Saka and Commissioner Hayes Santos, want to spend a lot of money on broadband. They went to the conference that Ms. Martinez mentioned. Matter of fact, they were on the plane ride home from Charlotte on the connecting flight with me. But my point being, with broadband, I saw the proposal that was identified, I think, in the Gainesville Sun in like phase 1. But broadband has a recurring cost. And it's not fair to ask the taxpayers to fund broadband for a few when the general body's not getting it. So that to me is the fallacy in broadband. First, it was big grandiose plans. We're going to put Cox out of business, by golly, and we're going to give broadband to everyone. Then you come back to reality, you're like, oh, we got $15 million or more at a $32 million that you want to use for broadband. And again, the interim relief is approximately 3.2% or 2.3%, subject to check, of the total amount of money that you've already spent by virtue of the motion. But my concern is you've got a little swath of proposed internet coverage, or broadband coverage in downtown Gainesville for students and everyone else, except when the federal money's gone, somebody has to pay the cost of that. And it should be the taxpayers, because the taxpayers aren't benefiting because we're not getting free broadband. So, if you want to selectively make broadband available to, certain economically disadvantaged neighborhoods, then, that might be more palatable. But if you're going to go broadband with a broad swath and use half of your federal money allocation, everyone should benefit, and that's just not sustainable long term. Thank you.
Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next in the queue is Ms. Nancy Darren. Ms. Darren, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you. And number one, I really appreciate that Mr. Folson, and welcome, is looking for having a clear application and giving a better chance to our community organizations to be able to apply with much better clarity. I really appreciate him, or someone encouraged the idea of collaborations and helping some of our small or new community organizations to team up. So making sure the application is helpful in that way, that it can clearly encourage collaborations where appropriate. On the GRU relief, I certainly understand the sense of urgency, and thinking about getting our best bang for the buck, would it make any sense to have a temporary moratorium on those back payments being due and team up with, I'm thinking of community weatherization in particular. They have earned the trust in neighborhoods to where if we just do a one-shot deal of paying overdue bills and we don't address the problems that are causing those overdue bills when they have to do with inadequate housing or very inefficient housing, is there a way to really make this piece work much more powerfully and leverage those dollars? So that would be my question there. Totally support the eviction protection, and I'm so bummed to hear about the broadband, those telecom lobbyists. But anyway, that is a public utility at this point. If we can find ways to keep this public throughout the whole county, I think that will benefit us big time going forward. Thank you. I appreciate pulling out to special meeting and really trying to leverage and support things in every way we can. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Back
Mr.
to anybody in chambers. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. My name is John DeCarmine. I'm the executive director at Grace. I want to encourage you to use as many of these dollars as possible for the needs of vulnerable people in our community, people whose physical health is at risk, whose mental health is at risk, or whose housing is at risk, because as we've seen very, very much over the past couple of years, housing is as much health care as anything else that somebody could possibly benefit from uses of these dollars. Overall, I had the chance to review the backup. Had a difficult time making sense of some of what was being proposed, but there's some excellent projects in there that, particularly as it relates to housing, that can have immediate impacts on the needs of people who are homeless now or people who are about to be homeless. As you know, we're now at the edge of the cliff for the eviction moratorium, and we have not even seen what could potentially happen yet. You know, the most recent numbers we had seen from the Aspen Institute said that up to 43% of renter households could become homeless at the end of the moratorium. In Alachua County, that translates to about 19,000 people. And the housing stability that underlies every other opportunity that people can have is a critical need and will be critically important over the next 12 to 24 months. While I'm happy to see that a process is being put in place, I want to remind you, and it sounds like you're all aware of this, that the money will do no good until it gets into the hands of agencies that can use it, and specifically of the people that can use it, whether the agencies are a conduit for that or it's going directly to those individuals. So I want to encourage you to make this happen as quickly as possible, and if possible, to even add to the motion some kind of date around December, maybe even November, when there's a deadline to get that money out into the community to actually start to put it to work. There are a great number of individuals and agencies who put proposals forward. We were very pleased to be ranked as best in the equity scorecard, and we'll look forward to the commission reviewing these proposals. I'm not 100% sure that this is the right time to bring in new or untested or inexperienced groups who have some great ideas but may not be able to get a program up and running as quickly as we need it. I think there are some great opportunities for partnerships, and we would be happy to partner with a number of newer nonprofits or smaller organizations. But I think this is a great time to actually rely on experienced institutions that have demonstrated success getting programs and resources into the hands of people who need them most. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Adam, back to you.
All righty, sir. Next speaker, Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Grundy Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I had a question for you. I don't know if it was you or Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker or Commissioner Gail Johnson that was bringing up the issue of possibly using American Rescue dollars for addressing community health care issues. As you know, during the pandemic, almost going on 2 years now, something that's been exacerbated in our community as well as nationwide has been deaths related to COVID, and COVID is exacerbated the people that have been most vulnerable. Talking about vulnerabilities, African Americans dying 6 times at the rate of others within the community, and that seems to be going to the wayside. So I know there was someone talking about that the University of Florida was wanting $3 million of a rescue plan money when the state of Florida has gotten American Rescue dollars. I'm not sure why we would take $3 million of American Rescue money to give to a state school or to UF Health when they really, number one, have the money. They don't need our $3 million. Number two, I don't know if maybe Commissioner Duncan Walker or Commissioner Johnson can address it. Do we have any other public-private partnerships or any other entities that have expressed an interest in bringing and addressing healthcare concerns, whether it be an emergency room or urgent care center over in our community outside of just the GTEC area, but over in the Hawthorne Oak Road area or anywhere else? Can anybody speak to that so that we're not just throwing out $3 million that could be used to help people with those things like evictions or anything else that you all are addressing? Because UF does not need the money. They do not. So can anyone address that, whether you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Johnson, or Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker? Thank you.
Thank you. And I just say that if anybody out there is interested in providing those kind of services that you mentioned, they're welcome to submit something to us as we discuss the distribution of this money. Anybody in chamber? Welcome.
I'm the Executive Director at Peaceful Paths. I would like to reiterate some of the things that John had said in terms of ensuring that this is a quick process as much as it can be, with all of the things that are at stake for the vulnerable populations that we're dealing with in our community. I would also recommend that the office look at some of the tools that are already in existence in this community. Our community foundation has a philanthropy hub that vets nonprofits, so that's a great tool that a lot of that information does not have to be reiterated. The financials are there. We even have a lot of information about our equity and diversity and inclusion in that hub. So I would recommend that the office utilize that tool. Barzella and her staff are great at sharing. And so I would highly recommend that could speed up some of the issues that are out there. Also, for someone who submitted a proposal via email, I was never contacted to give the other tool. So whatever tool we create, I do recommend that we have a great way to get that out to the partners, because many of us had incomplete, or it showed that we hadn't even submitted a proposal. So that's something that we definitely want to deal with. And just to reiterate that there are a lot of vulnerable populations, the housing stability that we've talked about, the energy issues, the broadband issues. But I would also say that, the COVID impact in areas like domestic violence, we had more domestic violence homicides in the past 8 months than we've had in the last 4 years combined. This is not something that we can ignore. As we've all been saying, healthcare issues are kind of rampant with this, and domestic violence is one of those that's a longer term issue that we've been fighting, but is exacerbated by these kinds of situations. And so I would just really encourage the commission, in whatever steps we take, that making sure that this money gets out and gets in the hands of those institutions, those organizations that can really start dealing with the impact that we've seen, because it's been dramatic. The security issues that Peaceful Paths has seen increase because of this is something that I know I take home with me every day. And I know that it's impacting so many people across our community. So again, I would just encourage us to think about the tools that are already in existence within our community that we can utilize, so that we're not reinventing the wheel. We go through a very large federal project every year or so, the HUD Notice of Funding Availability. The time frame is even shorter than what you're looking at for this. So if we can manage to get out billions of dollars in that short time frame, I think we can do it here locally as well. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker in the queue is Danny Gill. Mr. Gill, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and Mayor. Commissioners and Mayor, my name is Dan Gill, and I'm here before you as a citizen and not a city employee. I'm calling because although I was very happy to see the Infinity Loop on this list, is this the same as the Infinity Line, which was my capstone project from UF? And if it is, too, what information does the commission have on the Infinity Loop or the Infinity Line to determine its funding? And has the commission considered this project officially, or has there been a feasibility study done for this project? And if there has been a study done, can the results be presented to the commission? I was very happy to see this on the list, and was just curious how it got on the list, and to see what kind of information the commission had on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yeah, Mr. Gill, I'd reach out to whatever commissioner recommended that, and they can probably give you some more clarity on what information they have and what their intention is there. Next speaker in the chamber, please. Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Shanti Vani. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I guess it was back in May that my colleague Tanya Edwards and I put in our little budget request. And we are grief recovery method specialists, so we do grief work. And our situation is always by the day growing in terms of collective community grief and individual losses that we've all sustained. So we put in for a small amount of the funding, and I'm wondering if, if we're going to show up on the list or what else we need to do. But I also have not received any additional emails to follow up or tell me what else I need to do. Or also just as a member of the community to feel included, like, oh yeah, we got you, and just communicate back to us. So the grief work that we would like to offer would be to the first responders, to law enforcement, firefighters, those who are serving the public, but also to the community members that they serve. And the programs that we have are, we can either meet individually or in groups, but generally there's an 8-week program for healing from grief, and it's really effective. And it's the study where we studied under is an evidence-based program called the Grief Recovery Method, and it's established. And so I just wanted to kind of show my face and also say that there might be, like the employee assistance programs perhaps might have some possibility of utilizing our services as well. So if anybody here in the city has any ideas of how we can get the grief support to the people who need it, we're anxious and ready and very happy to serve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as a sort of second time we've heard that, so Mr. Folston, if you can just make a note of, if we can respond to anybody who submitted something one way or the other, and just let them know that we got it, and then follow up with, next steps of what they can expect and how to participate as we move this forward. Thanks for bringing that up. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker here is Meg Tollison. Ms. Tollison, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Meg Tollison. I'm board president with Working Food, and I definitely appreciate the opportunity to listen in today and provide some comments. I just would like to definitely echo what you heard from other folks in the commission and then from other folks in the public with organizations here locally, that I do think that as much as I 1,000% agree that this needs to be done for sure as transparently, openly, equitably as possible, there is an urgency here, including for nonprofits that are trying to plan what's next and do that as effectively as possible. It's really important to know as soon as possible how this funding is going to be dispersed so that we can devote the right amount of attention with ourselves, our small staff, as well as our partners that are doing a lot of great work with us, and that we would want to continue that great work that is, COVID relief related as soon as possible, but also in the best ways possible. So specifically, I definitely wanted to say that I'm very much support the idea of a special meeting as prior to the October 16th regular meeting, I guess is what it was. So we look forward to hearing more from staff about when that's going to be scheduled, and hopefully having it be a time where we can participate and other local organizations can participate. So thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing more.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak to this item? Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Perkins. I'm here representing one of the nonprofit organizations that submitted a proposal, and just want to say that this particular organization feeds people. We've been in business since 2010, and COVID had just made things exasperated. So many people are hungry. So many people are food challenged. And so I just want to reiterate to the new appointee, the young man, congratulations. The urgency. Right now we have some urgency in terms of trying to get these funds out. What we do is we work with other groups. Most of our food is donated. We get it through an organization known as the Harvest Program. They get us vendors. They get us Wawa restaurants, Starbucks restaurants, Bonefish restaurant, Outback Steakhouse, Kentucky Fried Chicken. They get us those vendors. Then we do everything else. We pick up the food, we distribute the food, we get it ready for everybody to come and get it. And since COVID has been around, our numbers have just grown dramatically. And so it's been a whole lot of challenge. But the thing is, everything that we do is in-kind donations. We don't have any funding. And so this was an opportunity for us to get our cars off the road. Mine died, so I wound up having to get another one. Mr. Wesley's van died this morning. And so, but we have a handful of community people who are doing what they can to feed the homeless. So again, I just want to reiterate that we kind of need you guys to act as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your service right to our community as well. Adam, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker in the queue is Patrick Dodds. Mr. Dodds, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor Poe. Just calling to put my support behind, I apologize, Patrick Dodds. I'm the Director of the Homeless Continuum of Care for the United Way of North Central Florida. And I'm calling to support the proposals that have been put forward to protect the vulnerable individuals that we help who are currently experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. We're going to see a huge surge in the number of households who are going to be experiencing homelessness and again be at risk of homelessness with the end of the eviction moratorium and the federal benefit programs that have been so successful. And we are currently in our annual funding cycle, which relies very heavily on the data that we collaboratively collect of individuals that we serve. And because of the success of these programs, we don't really have the data to support additional funding for this surge of individuals who are going to be at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness. So I think it's important that we have alternative forms of funding available to us, like the ARP funds that the city has at its disposal. One of the areas I think that is most difficult for us to show is in need of families. Families are oftentimes difficult to track down. They tend to bounce around, and that's an area that I think we lack the significant data needed to increase funding in our communities. And furthermore, the funding that we receive often is restricted to services and doesn't allow us to provide funding to our providers for infrastructure projects like Teresa Beaches and Peaceful Paths mentioned before. So I just wanted to call in and express my support for this project and make sure that the city understands that there is going to be an increased need in our community for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to the chamber. Anybody else in the chamber wish to comment on this item? Okay, Adam, we're good here. So whoever you've got left on the line.
Nope, we're good here. The floor is yours.
Okay, very good. Mr. Folston, back to you. Actually, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think kind of to echo your point earlier for Mr. Folston, I don't know if it's how easy it is to comb through all the emails we've received with proposals, or whether you'd prefer to put out one email address that folks should send those proposals or requests to. I don't know which would be easier for you, so nobody kind of falls through the crack or we're not digging back 2-3 months for proposals. So I would just make that recommendation. And a second recommendation that when you and the other charters are looking through the matrix, through all the proposals, that I think as you look at how to execute those proposals, one component I'd like us to have to review, and I think would be helpful for everyone, is the timetable required or estimate that you think it will take to put that into effect. So I think I'm going to look at the list. So I'll just use this for example. Setting up utility forgiveness is going to take less time to get off the ground than setting up assistance for nonprofit programs, because that one's going to require improving homes for energy efficiency. Like those are going to come with contracts. Those are going to come with a lot of strings and conditions that are going to have to be executed and managed by someone. Those obviously take more time. So I think having a time off to get off the ground component would be really helpful for us to not wait until every proposal is ready and we actually get out the ones that are ready that we all agree on and can be executed shortly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor to approve the recommendation by staff to move this forward, as well as to set aside $250,000 for utility assistance and $500,000 for eviction prevention, as well as setting a special meeting for sort of final discussion of this and action by the commission. Thank you, everybody who called in to participate and share your sort of perspective on how this should move forward, and we'll look forward to your continued guidance as we get to a final decision. With that, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Ariola absent. Thank you, Mr. Folston. Thank you, everybody who participated. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD4, Boards, Commissions, and Committees, Proposed Ordinance Revisions, with a recommendation that the Commission accept the proposed ordinance revisions and direct the City Attorney to draft the ordinance and the City Clerk to advertise, and also to discuss and take action on the consolidation/elimination of boards as outlined in the presentation. And so today I would like to introduce Ms. Kristen Bryant, who will bring this item before you. If you can remember, back to September, I believe, of 2020, Commissioner Ward brought forth this item and asked us to do some work to not only get a current status of all of our some 30 boards across the city organization, but also to make some recommendations for how we can be more efficient with our board process. And so Ms. Kristen Bryant will present that to you today, and we look forward to a robust discussion. I do want to say thank you to her and to Ms. Kessler for all the work that they have done wrangling this quite a task it has been. So we want to thank you again for your work.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gainey. Ms. Bryant, welcome.
With City Clerk staff, and yes, working on this project with Ms. Kessler and the City Clerk has been quite a long time in coming. What you're going to see is a very early preliminary of our recommendations that our office has identified in sections of the ordinance that need codification or update. The next step would be for the review of the City Attorney's Office. So none of these have been vetted through their office at this time. We did look at other jurisdictions to see, how to standardize what other jurisdictions were doing. And so without further ado, we'll get into our updates. So we do have almost 30 boards with 190 volunteer community members that serve on these boards. You all have been enjoying the annual reports and presentations from these boards to hear what they've been up to in the midst of COVID and prior to. And we've also been working on rebalancing those boards to help preserve that institutional memory. Okay, next slide. All right, so what we're trying to do today, there are certain operating procedures that we've been handling with the boards and how we manage applications and how the boards are handled that need codification, that we've been operating under guidance that isn't necessarily written down. And so we're trying to make this so we have something to point to give the boards specific guidance that they can refer to in the future moving forward. It provides consistency and, of course, the administrative effectiveness. So some of the first aspects of these sections is working on the application process. So what I do in helping the boards fill these openings, we search through those boards for the openings, compile them on a list, and send out the notice. That notice is put out for a full month, and we gather those applications. At the end of that time, I vet them, making sure that residency requirements are met, basic requirements are met, that each board can set out. At that time, you all then review them, either through the online survey or in front of you at a city commission meeting, and then it's put on the agenda to finalize the appointment, or you interview them and appoint them from the dais. So that whole process is something that I've been operating under, but it hasn't been codified. And so what in the document before you that has the blue and the red, the blue is new language that we'd like to add. Red is things that we're striking out, and black is language that is already there and is staying. And so as you can see, that first section is new, and it kind of codifies that whole application process. We did have a question for the commission. In our research, we were noticing most city boards require city residency. That is not something that we do. We have kind of a mishmash of boards that require city residency, some that require county residency, and some that have no residency requirements mentioned at all in the ordinance. And so in trying to bring those in line, that if we have city boards, we would like to have our city neighbors represented on the board. So, but that's something that would be for you to decide moving forward if that's something that you would like to change. And then, let's see. Going through the annual reports, we would keep this process that we have established from Commissioner Ward's motion. So essentially requiring the annual reporting on what the boards have been up to. The presentation is not in what we're proposing, but that's something that you could add if that was something that you really like to see. But we definitely wanted that basic annual report from each of the boards so that we knew what progress they were specifically making. In the next section, we're talking about remaining in office, specifically relating to terms. So one of the operating procedures that we have that isn't codified is a default rule that if it's not mentioned in the ordinance that members can only serve 2 consecutive terms. And this is really important because we want new voices sitting on those boards. We don't want this dynastic handing down appointing the same members over and over again to the same board. Having term limits allow new voices to be able to be brought on. However, we don't want to handicap our boards if there are some boards that it's difficult to find those applicants or people who are passionate for that subject matter. So there is a caveat in there that if there's no application within a couple months, 2 application cycles, then that member who has been on the board can then reapply. It kind of gives them a break to see if we can bring in new people. But if not, then they can reapply. In the removal section, we are adding a section called Joint Intergovernmental Agency Boards. These are boards like the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Board or the Airport Authority that have multiple governmental agents, city, county, MTPO, governor appointees that are all sitting on the board together. And that's not accurately reflected in our current ordinance, and we thought that would, and that's something that is reflected in other jurisdictions, so we thought that was an important term to add. As far as the removal process, we wanted to streamline that. There's a couple different removal processes based on what type of board it is. We want to streamline that and for all city boards to have a single removal process. And then towards the bottom of the removal process, we're talking about ethical standards and behavioral standards of the members of the board, and that violations of those could result in a member's removal. So moving on to the next section, we are switching out terminology from board secretary to city staff liaison. That is really important because up to this point, we've been trying to standardize all of the boards to have their agendas and minutes done in a legislative fashion with Legistar, and really only our city staff can do that and not a community member who is just volunteering and taking notes. So what we would like to see is to switch the language to a city staff liaison so that all the communication, training, and everything go through our city staff. And so that would give the standardization for our being able to publish minutes and agendas as well. With that comes, with more responsibility comes a little more training. We do suggest having ethics training for our staff liaisons so that if there are any issues that come up at these meetings, they could then report them to the city attorney or the city auditor's office, respectively, depending on the type of behavior that they saw. On the last page, we're talking about bylaws. Believe it or not all of our boards have bylaws. We've been trying to work with them to get them all standardized. Again, this section, we're trying to give them a framework so that it's not just, hey, you need to build some bylaws, that they have something to start with. But they can also, of course, make it their own based on the needs of the board. And then with regular updating built into that as well. And then finally, this is a key piece that nearly every other jurisdiction had was a regular review of our boards based on subject matter, the purpose for which they were formulated, making sure that the boards that we have are effectuating the purpose that they were created for, that we're not duplicating efforts. And so what we would like to do is enter into conversation with the stakeholders like charter officers, staff liaisons, department heads to figure out if there are some boards that should be consolidated, dare I say eliminated, depending on the usefulness and what the purpose was that they were created for. So those are the recommendations that our office is proposing. Do you all have any questions?
There might be some, but thank you for all your work on this. This is like some detailed stuff that,
yes,
isn't always as high profile as other things we do, but super important. So I really appreciate everything that went into this. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all your work you do currently on the boards and for diving deep and trying to make it better and a more efficient process. I think we should try to move towards city residency unless there is a specific kind of reason why we want someone who's not city resident. I think the UAB was, when that was created, we wanted to have someone who was not on there. So I would like for us to move in that direction. As for term limits, I strongly disagree with term limits in general. I think whoever is the appointing board can make that decision at that time. Term limits, I don't know. I don't think we should have our term limits in there. I think the commission at that time can make a decision if they want that person or they want someone new. So that would be the portion that I would like for us to strike. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bryant and the whole clerk's office. I really appreciate you all taking this and running with it over the last year. It's been a lot of work, I know, and I knew that when I made the motion, but we're going in a good direction. A thing that I want to highlight once again that this presentation makes even more obvious. We've got 190 volunteer board members. That's community engagement, or at least that should be community engagement. That's our first. Actually, we are the first level of community engagement. Folks talk to us all the time and should talk to us all the time about what their hopes and dreams are for our city. But those 190 volunteers who have taken the step of saying, yes, I want to be a part of what the city of Gainesville does, those folks are people that we should empower as much as we can to, as subject matter experts in the board that they're on. And I really want us to keep that in mind as we move forward with this process. I do agree with Commissioner Santos. I'm not a fan of term limits in any capacity. That's up to the term limited members of the commission. I absolutely want to, whenever possible, unless there's a specific reason for having people who live outside the city limits be on the board, I want our city neighbors to be the people running these boards. I agree that we need an opportunity, a regular opportunity for ethics training and that sort of thing for our board members. They're subject to all this, and they should be fully aware of all the rights and responsibilities of those board memberships. So I look forward to moving forward with this and to drilling down to more detail about what we do, but I really appreciate where we are thus far. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So just 2 quick points. As far as city residency, I think there are a couple boards we have where the priority is subject matter expertise, not necessarily residency. And so I know that, for example, our auditor would have a pretty strong opinion about that on a board that she ultimately will oversee. UAB, same thing. We certainly have impacted neighbors that don't live in a city who should have a voice on the UAB if they so choose. So I would just ask for for the sort of staff liaisons or charter officers that are most directly associated with these different boards, our default preference would be require city residency unless there is a compelling reason why they would not want to see that. And to me, that's just going to be either a subject matter expertise argument or people that live outside the city are impacted by the decisions that are made, and so therefore we want their input. Bike ped, which it's moot because the county appoints people, and but because transportation sort of crosses city-county lines, then anyway, I'm rambling. So I would just, if you can get that input back to us, and then I think we can determine, city residency is required with the exception of, and have sort of a short list there where it's not. And then I agree with I don't want to restrict anybody to 2 consecutive terms. We absolutely, as a commission, have the ability to limit how many cycles or terms people serve on any given committee, and if they're anyway, we can make that decision at the point of application. Everything else I'm happy with and ready to move forward with, and so if we can get answers to those or changes in those 2 things, I'd be ready to vote for the changes. Commissioner Jesus Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move that we move forward with the recommended changes with 2 modifications. That we remove the term limits, and that we also, when looking at members of the board, have a preference for city residency unless there is a kind of subject matter expertise or some other reason the commission decides, and to have those kind of come back to us to see which boards we may want to change.
Second. Okay, motion and a second with 2 slight modifications. So we'll open it up to members of the public. We'll start with you, Adam.
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioners. I'll try and make this brief. With respect to the proposed red lines, I took the opportunity to read that. Section 2.247. I don't support relaxing the attendance requirements for board members. There's good reason for that. If you volunteer your time to serve on the board, you ought to make yourself available. Emergencies happen. But if you're consistently missing meetings, it impedes the work of the city, it impedes the public interest, and it causes impairment to people that come before those respective boards and committees seeking resolution of issues, particularly in a quasi-judicial context. In that same section 2.247, we're now added removal by the city commission for any reason without notice. That just imparts politics into the process. The city commission took the step to accept applications, review applications, and make the appointment to a board or committee. Then that person should continue to serve their term unless there's good cause shown by the commission as to why they should be removed in a public meeting. That just reeks of politics. You don't like somebody's decision because they don't toe the line, they don't support groupthink, you boot them. That's not right. It would discourage people from attending and having diversity of thought and opinion on your boards and committees. I do support the removal of members who disrespect the public. Committee members, and a good start for that would be Wes Wheeler on the UAB, the chairman, who is quite possibly the most rudest person that I've experienced in the city of Gainesville. And the way he treats the public is reprehensible. I don't support the ability, I'm shocked that you have so many committees, and that's part of your expansion of government, but the committees don't all have bylaws. Well, that's putting the cart before the horse. We're just discovering that. I was kind of shocked by the staff. I do appreciate staff's work on this. With respect to their ability to adopt rules for each particular board, they need to be consistent, and they need to be no more restrictive than the city commission. I could easily see Wes Wheeler interpreting this on the UAB as like, we're not going to let the public talk at all, because he doesn't on issues that are on the agenda item. It's tyrannical, and it needs to stop. I do support term limits to avoid the same groupthink that we have on the city commission. And again, I do support disbanding committees that are just a waste of taxpayer time and money. And I would start there respectively with the UAB because they provide no value to the situation. They're just, they have an agenda and there's a lot of conflict between GRU. It takes up valuable GRU staff time and they're, you know, it's a bunch of thinkers that are agnostic to reality and the challenges facing our utility and don't even focus on the correct issues. Thank you.
Anybody else in chamber that wishes to speak to this motion? Okay, hold on, Mr. Shepherd. Just wait 1 minute, Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Shepherd, just wait 1 minute. We'll get it clean for you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
My name's Donald Shepard. This is the first time I've had the privilege to be acknowledged of this lady and what she does. So I'd like to hear more from her. If I could have some time appointment with her to educate me towards the things she does and how my ideals could help her and her ideals could help me. I would like that to happen. I think things are moving along smoothly. As far as the term limits, what were you talking about as far as term limits, sir? Mayor Pohl.
Whether or not somebody is restricted to how long they can serve on a committee.
On the committee. Okay. I think that has been handled through our boards, and therefore I want to leave it in the hands of our boards because there's been a few individuals I think shouldn't be on boards, but you know that's my own opinion. It's not the board's opinion, and so the board's running the show, so we should leave it in the hands of them. That's all I have, sir.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Anybody else? Okay.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, we have one person being screened right now. Give us half a second. It's a late caller.
Sure.
All righty. Looks like we have Telford Cartwright again. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Once again, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Telford Cartwright, resident here in Gainesville, Florida. And I think that the board members or appointed board members need to only serve a limited term. Of course, many of them are hand selected to fulfill, to implement the socialist agenda unfortunately being or attempting to be implemented here in Gainesville, Florida. Many of these boards act as liaisons for the left-wingers, however you want to put it, city commissioners, and they insist on helping the city commission grow the size and scope of government at the expense of the hardworking, personally responsible taxpayer. As we're seeing now, last time I read, there was an opening for the health, I think it is the Health Citizen Advisory Board.
And I was skeptical about that when reading that article about an opening on that board. We see now currently the city voted for a vaccine mandate for all city employees, which would, as far as I'm concerned, which would be unconstitutional, of the violation of the sacred living body of laws called the United States Constitution here in the U.S., which also applies to here in Gainesville, Florida as well. This government control, I would go so far as to refer to it as a totalitarian form of control. It's out of control, reckless, and irresponsible. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Something Mr. Scott brought up about the quasi-judicial boards and Mr. Scott brought up about the quasi-judicial boards and reducing how much they have to attend, because those are boards that the public is relying on decisions. Why reduce that the requirements for that board, I guess?
We are responding to some of our boards that find that provision difficult to implement because of the fractions, and they just didn't understand how to, because it's 66 and 2/3%, and so we were just thinking that streamlining it to all have the same, but certainly we can, take that and do something different with it, make it more understandable for boards. We're responding to the staff liaisons that weren't really understanding how to implement.
Yeah, just on the quasi-judicial boards, which really do have to make decisions, it might be good to have stricter requirements for them to be, how often they have to be present.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So with that, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Duncan Walker and Ariola absent. Madam Clerk, our final item for the afternoon.
I just wanted to say something, Mayor. I'm sure you didn't see me. I had my
Oh,
hand
no,
up
I did
for a
not.
while.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I guess we'll bring it back to a future meeting at this point, but I did have some recommendations on consolidations and elimination, but we'll bring it back for future consideration.
Sure, yeah, and we could even look at if there's room on a GPC meeting to come back with the changes and any recommendations you have. So I'll work with you, Madam Clerk, on wherever that fits in best in this
Sounds
plan.
good.
All right, thank you.
Our next item is BD5, Utility Assistance Update, with the recommendation that the commission hear a presentation from Kessler Consulting Incorporated, provide feedback, and accept the Alachua County, City of Gainesville Zero Waste. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Utility assistance. Go ahead. I will not read the recommendation for the sake of time. I will find my page.
Okay, Ms. Feldman?
Mayor, I'll be brief, and Ms. Harris is here if you have any questions from HCD. What we found at this point and what our recommendation is at GRU, there's already a program called Project Share, which works with 3 not-for-profit groups within the city. I believe the Catholic Charities, United Way, and Gainesville Mission.
Gainesville Community Ministry.
Gainesville Community Mission. The way that program is currently funded is through donations that are made from other utility customers. Our recommendation at this point, based upon the discussion that was made and the idea of creating relief due to the rate increase for GRU customers, is that we as a city provide funding into that pot that Project Share has that can then be distributed to the 3 not-for-profits to work with their clients who are the most in need and would probably be the most likely to have the impact of the 7% electric utility increase and the water increase and so forth. What we're doing right now is we are working with GRU to try to determine what that amount of funding should be based upon historical collection issues, who's an active account now that needs to have relief, part of which will be handled through the ARPA money that you talked about a few minutes ago. So our proposal at this point is to come back in a very short period of time so that we can put money within the fiscal year 22 budget. And you have two opportunities to do that, September 13th and September 23rd. So we're going to continue to work with GRU so we can make a recommendation to include that money within the fiscal year 22 budget, and that we would use the Project Share program as the conveyance tool for distribution of those funds. So that's where we're at right now. We're happy to answer any questions, but I wanted to give you an update before we got into the actual budget meeting on the 13th.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harris, anything you want to add to that?
No, the manager summed it up. We do have Kenzon Hutchinson virtually available to answer any questions regarding the Project Share program as well as GRU delinquent accounts.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And this is an excellent opportunity for a plug for that program. We haven't talked about it publicly for a while, but any GRU customer can choose to add an amount to their monthly bill that will go directly into Project Share. So it's something I've been doing for many, many years. I forget the amount. That's sort of the beauty of it. You just set it, and that just becomes part of your automatic, payment every month. So what we're really saying here, Ms. Harris, is that from the city's general fund, we'll put a certain amount of revenue in there, and the goal is there'll be an alignment between that total amount in Project Share, what already exists,
right,
and the unmet need based on an analysis of how many customers are not able to pay their bill every month, right? We're basically going to look at how do we make up the difference there.
right.
Right, okay. Very good.
I would just put one caveat. I haven't committed, or at least committed what my recommendation is going to be as to the source of funds. So I wouldn't say we're committed to general fund. We're going to look at all available funding sources that we have that would be legally allowed to go in there, which have the capacity to fund that.
Right on, yeah.
Most likely it will be the general fund, but
I understand, yeah, and even for these first 2 years, it'd be completely reasonable that that'd be ARP money. That certainly would be an allowable use to get the program sort of fully funded and started, but we're going to need to also identify a recurring source as we go forward. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I think one thing, I don't think I decided today, one thing we should probably discuss is if we are using, my understanding is Project Share is for all GRU customers, both in city limits and outside of city limits. Do we want to restrict those, if we do use general fund dollars, to only helping city residents versus helping everyone there? So something to bring up.
So currently, of course, Project Share is citywide, so we would have to establish some guidelines and work with those nonprofit organizations if we are wanting to set this just for city neighbors. So that is something that the commission would need to let us know how we want to proceed with this project.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I guess my thing would be, depending on the source of funds, if the source of funds are city taxpayers, then it should be used to support city residents. If the funds are coming from elsewhere, then I think they can be less restricted. But we could also, depending on what the source of funds are, reach out to the county and see if they want to piggyback on the program for, and I would say not just GRU customers, if they want to piggyback on the program for all county utility customers that are having difficulty paying their bills, we could share that with them and they could mirror a program if that was their desire. So I think the question would be, how do we parse out where the customer lives, who's applying for assistance, and making sure that if it's city dollars, they're going to city residents. And I don't think, that honestly wouldn't have to be that hard for Catholic Charities and, the other groups, because they're getting money from Project Share overall, and so they could, take city money and direct that first to city residents, and then the remainder of Project Share above and beyond that really would be unrestricted. So I don't think that's really a barrier at all. We would just have to clarify that. So you're going to come back to us with final recommendation at one of our next two budget meetings? Is that?
Yes, we will come back to the commission. We propose to meet with the nonprofits after today's meeting and additional meetings with GRU staff, but we wanted to see the capacity of those nonprofits. Based on our preliminary discussions with GRU staff, they've provided us with some preliminary data, and it's an evolving spreadsheet because the numbers change daily. So at the time of providing us with that spreadsheet a couple of weeks ago, there were approximately 22,000 city neighbors that had delinquent accounts. And of course that, like I said, that's changing daily. But we will meet back with GRU staff and those nonprofits and to see, kind of, we don't want to reinvent the wheel because they already have a program that works, but to see how we can incorporate what we're trying to do now as far as clearing up the GRU debt, see how we can incorporate what they're already doing. And then we will bring that back to the commission.
Right on. Okay, thank you, Ms. Harris. Because I guess the other changing thing is if we've now authorized this sort of emergency $250,000 to clear all that right now. And so it's going to look very different after that happens. I mean, we're basically hopefully going to be starting from zero for everybody, and then it will be sort of the month after that and the month after that, so keeping up with it on a...
Well, I definitely would like for Kenzon Hutchinson to share that bad debt number, because when we received that information a couple of weeks ago, that $250,000 is not going to put a dent in that debt. So Kenzon?
So Mayor and Commissioners, yeah, so thank you so much, Helen. Yeah, so currently at that moment, that list was generated, there was like $2.5 million worth of bad debt for those customers who were past due at least 30 days or more. And so, but that bad debt changes every day because some of those customers, they are paying off their bad debt. So the biggest thing is because it changes every day, we can only give a snapshot in time of when that bad debt is, and then payments just happen throughout the day. So it was more around the $2.4 million range at that time when that document was presented.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And do we know, do all of those people still live in the territory? Like, do we know that they still live here, or
so
how far back does that debt go? Like, how many years does that debt go?
I mean, it was more than 365 days, so at least a year or so.
Okay. Okay, so that'd be the other thing. Some of those folks may have just moved away and aren't.
Yeah, some folks, well, so those are active accounts. And so that we do have inactive accounts. And in those inactive accounts, those are the accounts that customers have closed their accounts and moved on. So it's a separate list. So we had the list broken out into county and city residents. And then it was also broken out from active and inactive customers. And so the inactive customers, they closed their account and moved on. And then the active accounts are the ones who are still living in their residence.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Commissioner Sacco?
I think that the number that was generated for me was, I think the program asks why you need to go on to the payment plan. And I think this number are the plans that specified COVID reasons as opposed to general hardship and pain. So correct me if I'm wrong, the payment plan requires, I guess, some reason as to why you need to be put on. So I think the number that Mr. Galarski gave me, and I'm sure he didn't run them, I'm sure staff did, I think is based on those who cited COVID specifically, not general hardship throughout. Someone clarify that for me, please?
I mean, Kenzon can give you more detail on this, but I will say that, yeah, we're talking a little bit of apples and oranges here. During the course of the year, we have receivables that are assigned to bad debt from people that have just left the area. We turn it over to another collection agency. So what Kenzon is talking about now is the wide expanse of money that is delinquent some of it collectible, and that we get back from collection agencies. But do you want to expand on that a little bit, Kenzan?
Yes, sir. You're correct. And so it's all of it wrapped up in one. Some of these customers, even after 30 days, they do make their payments, and so it does come off the bad debt list. But then in addition to, we do submit those bad debt, those customers who fall into bad debt over a certain amount of time, they go over to collection agencies, and then they do collect some of those bad debts as well.
I think my point was, I think Mr. Bilarski addressed it, that it's there's a big circle, and then the one that we addressed with ARP money is a smaller circle within the larger circle.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly correct, Commissioner. And part of the bigger circle is the things that we've been talking about for years, the substandard housing, the inefficiencies in the homes that make it so that a lot of these folks can't afford, some of the utility costs that it derives out of that substandard housing, which is absolutely an important thing to do. And I think it grew out of this last budget to address those issues. So it isn't an expanding number off of COVID. It's another circle that exists.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos. I'm sorry, Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things I did early in the process of trying to put together a request for the ARP money was contact the aid organizations, the nonprofits in our community who distribute funds. And I did not bring those numbers with me, but my question for them, specifically to Catholic Charities, was how many requests do you get in a month? On an average day, on an average week, an average month, how many requests do you get? And that's what I based some of my recommendations on, was that rolling figure. A lot of the much bigger figure includes just a variety of different reasons that bills aren't paid. Some of them are people who left town. Some of them are people who, forgot to pay the bill, but absolutely can and do pay the bill. There are a lot of reasons people are on that list. And not everybody on that list is somebody that whose bill we are going to help pay. So this is a much deeper conversation that we need to have and to better understand. But it would be helpful, I think, to have folks from those relief organizations be a part of the conversation, and the numbers actually in front of all of us as well before we try to solve something like this, because we're solving at it what we think the problem is. You say $2.5 million, and that's a big choking number, but it doesn't necessarily represent what we intend to be helpful with. So I think we should get all the players available and be ready for a deeper conversation about that, rather than trying to solve something right now as a part of that. I like the idea of funding it back through Project Share. I think that makes sense. We have a mechanism. Let's use the mechanism and move forward that way. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I agree. I'm fine with the mechanism of figuring out what the placeholder is for the budget. Is the challenge between now and then. And then, I think identifying some ARP money to sort of get this active and get it as cleaned up for the individual families as soon as possible would be the third. And so I think just putting that challenge out to the three organizations, like, we want them to be able to move quickly to sort of vet, and distribute these funds so they can get that relief as soon as possible. And then we'll kind of work on the recurring, distribution and verification moving forward. So anyway,
Okay.
That's sort of where I'm. Okay, we'll open up to members of the public. Adam, we'll start with you.
All righty, Mr. Mayor. We have one caller at the moment. It is Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, once again, my name is Telford Cartwright.
I reside here in Gainesville, Florida. And I listened to GRU manager Ed Delarski, and he didn't mention anything about the biomass contract or the expenditure, debt, the amount of money that is being forwarded to the creditor in regards to the biomass plant or biomass boondoggle, biomass mess, this archaic form of energy production at the expense of the entire community. And now here we are, we're talking about substandard living, energy inefficient homes or places of habitat. But there's no discussion in regards to the failure or the irresponsible or reckless spending by the city when entering into the biomass contract. See, this is hypocrisy right here that not just me, but many men and women here in Gainesville, Florida, are witnessing. This is blatant hypocrisy. It really is. First and foremost, government was formed by men and women to do we the people no harm. Second, helped us to protect our civil liberties. Third, national defense on the federal level. On the local level, be public safety. And you all have committed a harmful act upon we the people here in Gainesville, Florida. And now we're moving to, as I see and many others are seeing, this totalitarian form of government operating here in small town Gainesville, Florida. And it's an old saying, big things go down in small places. But I assure you, not on my watch and many other people's watch, who are witnessing some of the most abusive, irresponsible, reckless decision-making by our, what's supposed to be our servant leaders / city commissioners. And that's my public comment.
All right, thank you. Mr. Scott?
May I have the overhead before we begin, please, Mayor Poe? Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. So I want to point the commission's attention to the GRU operational update for July 21. This is the document that I continue to implore the UAB, who won't let me as a member of the GRU customer speak to at UAB meetings, and I continually implore you to remove it from the consent agenda so we can have a discussion about this important issue. But as you can see, that year to date, refer to collections, $1.7 million far exceeds the total amount in FY20, and it's got some recovery. But what we just heard was Mr. Kenyon state that there was $2.5 million in bad debt, which is far in excess of that $1.7 million, which goes to Mrs. Harris' valid point. There is more bad debt than project share money. So Mr. Feldman, with all due respect, might benefit from looking at that because he said they're trying to get the number. Well, we got the numbers in the course of this meeting. They're readily available, but now been updated to be a number far greater than what's being presented. I don't know how far this data lags. But this is the problem with the commission and the fallacy, and I want to thank the prior caller because he hit the nail on the head. It's hypocrisy and bamboozling people. Because the bottom line is the city commission continues to make bad decisions related to our municipal utility, which has caused great financial harm to hardworking Gainesville families and GRU customers. And you guys have the audacity now to give away power at a 28% discount to the city of Alachua, which hasn't even been discussed before this commission, for wholesale power, 28% reduction, but you're going to raise GRU customer electric rates by 24% over the same rough period of time, even though they get the immediate discount. So the problem here, commissioners, is that for every failed policy you guys implement by not listening to citizens, myself, Mr. Bilarski, and others who implored you for years to get your financial house in order, your solution to every one of your failed policies enacted at the commission is another subsidy. That doesn't solve the problem. That just masks the problem. It's camouflage. It's not even good camouflage. It's terrible camouflage. because the crux of the problem sticks out like a sore thumb. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. But this whole nonsense about poor housing stock, that's the narrative that was just recently invented, okay? Yes, energy efficiency and conservation is important. I enacted the most aggressive goals the state of Florida has ever seen on that were gutted by the legislature and the utilities. But the bottom line is, that's not the issue, because if the price of electricity was lower, then you could use more at a less cost. You caused this problem. Don't blame it on poor housing stock. Fix the problem. And you could have deferred the FY22 rate increase, but you had to have your AMI so you can force feed time of use metering down our throats. Thank you.
Hey, Adam, you got anybody else?
I do. Miss Debbie Martinez. Miss Martinez, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I've been canvassing door to door throughout the entire city, but especially District 1 for over 10 years. And lower income people were able to pay their GRU bills prior to the city commission getting into this $3.1 billion biomass boondoggle, the worst utility contract in the country for power we did not need. Literally lighting a match to $3.1 billion. So in an effort to pay that bad debt, city commissioners have agreed to just throw more and more cost onto the GRU bill. Some customers are paying as much close to $100 a month just for the privilege of getting a GRU bill sent to their home, and that's with no consumption. That's with increasing all the customer charges, taxes, fees, rates, on and on and on. So this has nothing to do with bad landlords. Of course, we would love to have more energy efficient homes, but they were living in these leaky, so-called leaky buildings prior to the biomass boondoggle, and they were able to pay their bills. So you can't subsidize your way out of this. You're creating more poverty because, you know, it's like until you address the problem, like Ms. Hannah Silva said earlier today, shut down the biomass tree burner incinerator. That's where your problem is. And if you're not going to shut that down, you're going to have to cut your budget. But you keep, you know, it's like watching a whole new Oprah show. You're getting a raise. You're getting a raise. You're getting a raise. You're getting a raise. Who's paying for all of these new highly paid city managers that you keep hiring and hiring over the past 5 years? It's the poor people. You're creating more homelessness. You're creating more poverty because you won't tighten your belt. You've mismanaged, grossly mismanaged our utility. You're the board of directors of GRU, and you have failed us, especially Mayor Poe. You're the one that voted for this thing, championed for this thing, and has been, you know, manipulating words to defend it. So it's a creation of your own making, and it's not financially sustainable. The wheels are going to come off this bus eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chamber? Come on up.
I had stepped out, so I didn't know what the topic of this discussion is. So I'll
A utility assistance program.
Utility assistance, okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor Paul. My name is Donald Shepard. I'm People's Representative. As People's Representative, there's been over 22 people coming to the City Commission over the years, the 12 years that I've served and been coming here. I bicycle in an automobile. This has been a budget problem ever since then. I don't see where the boards have helped the commission one iota towards this. If they had been, the boards had been listening to the city commission meetings, then they would have given the right advice of what to do. I didn't get on the city advisory board, but I been just informed. But I think that this here has been, as Mrs. Martinez said, and several others, it's been a boondoggle from get-go. You, Mr. Pohl, had been advised then and yet of the stopping of this. And there's ways that you could have done a buyout of this and had the money in your funds to take and do it, but you turned them down. Businesses wanted to come into town, you turned down. This is money that could have took and helped taxpayers lower the budget as far as taxpayers. This, another thing, as far as people taking, having things surprised on them, this fire assessments fee, all being introduced, should be eliminated, and we need to lower our taxes so these people can have money to buy their kids a Christmas, because there's so many out there that are not going to be able to buy Christmas because of the raising of the taxes, the assessment fees, the rental fees. I could go on, but it's not necessary. And I want to just burst my opinion and my heartfelt feelings for this. And I have ideals of how to eliminate this. And when I become mayor, if I have that opportunity, grace of God, that this will be eliminated within 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have another caller. Excuse me. Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for all you're doing here. Unfortunately, I don't think it's that great. I agree with Mr. Scott and also Debbie Martinez. I have been a realtor in this city since 1985, and I can tell you one thing: I have more people now than ever before that say when they're ready to buy a house, they want to live anywhere but where GRU utilities are. And fortunately, and I say fortunately, we as realtors can pull up and eliminate GRU and show them other houses, which is what is happening in the real estate market. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pafalo. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for sharing your thoughts. We will look forward to seeing the sort of final version of this before the end of the month.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Yeah, I raised my hand. I didn't know if you saw it.
I did not. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to interject because I think we may have contributed to some confusion here. When we were talking about the bad debt, we were talking about delinquent receivables that were over 30 days old. They're not comparable to the bad debt that we actually incur. There's many of those invoices that get paid, whether it be through Catholic Charities, through Project Share, or through payment arrangements that are made with our customers. We work with our customers incredibly well to try to make sure that nobody's cut off. So, that seemed to start the snowball rolling downhill with, some of these public comments. And I just wanted to say that's not the case. We don't have $2.5 million of bad debts that are sitting out there right now, waiting to hit the books. And the other thing I did want to say is that I think for years I've talked about, the housing stock and how it affects, the person's utilities bill. And I mean, you can look at all the work that the CWC does, and I can't let it go without saying, particularly, people like Amy Karpus that worked for us all these years that would sit you down and tell you about, the state of somebody's insulation, the insulation in the attic, all the things that go into this extreme or high energy usage. It is a real thing. People have got to stop denying that every house is the same. And the people that have lesser means have lesser insulation, they have lesser weatherization, and their bills are higher. It is real. Please stop it, please. You're making it seem like you turn it into a political issue. It is not one. It is people that need help. And this, I'm not advertising for the city commission here, but you've taken the stand this year. And I really appreciate it. The city manager has worked with our folks. And I think this idea of Project Share, it's a logistical way to get a more efficient funding for these people. Thank you very much. I want to thank the city commission for that. And by the way, there may be more and more people asking not to live in GRU's territory, but they become urban myths. So I would request that any realtor out there sit down and give me a call, and I will compare the bills so that you don't have to just listen to somebody say, I don't want to live in GRU's territory, because I can arm you with ammunition that shows that what they're thinking isn't exactly the case. Please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Real quick before break, I just wanted to ask, so the city of Sarasota is coming up on a opportunity to conduct an election using ranked choice voting. We have passed a resolution about a year ago in support of ranked choice voting, and this is sort of the first big test of that, whether they be allowed to do it by legislature or not. So without objection from the commission, if you don't mind me sending a letter to the mayor of Sarasota, letting them know that we do support and continue to support ranked choice voting, and you know, encourage them to pursue that as well as they have in the past. They're actually one of the first cities to make a charter amendment and support that. So without objection, you guys mind if I send a letter on behalf of the commission? Okay, very good, thank you. Anybody else have anything under commission comment at this time? Okay, we will be in recess until, we'll say 5:45. Good evening. Welcome back. This is the evening portion of our regular City Commission meeting, September 2nd, 2021. And Madam Clerk, if you could please introduce our first order of business.
Our first item for this evening is the Pledge of Allegiance.
So if you'd please stand, if you're willing and able, to join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and you may be seated. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is a proclamation this evening recognizing Constitution Week, September 17th through the 23rd, 2021.
Okay, thank you. Anybody here to accept this proclamation, or virtually, Madam Clerk?
I believe the chapter region is supposed to be here in person, I believe, but if she's not.
Okay, well, I will read it, and then we'll make sure we get it to the daughters. Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America, the guardian of our liberties, embodies the principles of limited government in a republic dedicated to the rule by law. And whereas September 17th, 2021 marks the 234th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate it. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do by here proclaim September 17th through 23rd, 2021 as Constitution Week in the city of Gainesville. I invite all of our citizens to join me in reaffirming the ideals of the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 6th day of August, 2021. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, so if you would like to comment on any items on our agenda this evening, and we're unable to do so earlier today, now is your opportunity. If you are commenting on a single item on our agenda tonight, you'll have 3 minutes. If you're commenting on more than one item, you'll have up to 5 minutes. We'll start with Adam. Adam, do you have anybody on the line for early public comment?
Mr. Mayor, we have nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on any items on our agenda later tonight? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much for having me this evening. I am beyond excited to use this as an opportunity to make a formal introduction. My name is Mark Merwitzer. I'm the co-founder and president of Florida Not One More. Over the last 7 months, this organization has been fighting to make our streets safer for every pedestrian and to prevent another needless death in this city. It is our mission to ensure that there is not one more...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but which item are you speaking to?
We're speaking on the development of University Avenue.
Oh, right on. Great, thanks.
Thank you. It is our mission to ensure there is not one more Sophia Lambert or Maggie Paxton. Seeing how their passing has impacted so many people's lives and how so many have lost someone close to them motivates me to keep fighting. But enough of the past and the reason why I'm here today. Firstly, I want to commend the project on University Avenue for including a generous sidewalk that has a number of trees in the development plan. This sidewalk sets an excellent example of what a sidewalk on University Avenue should be. I can tell you that laws, enforcement, and education alone are not going to prevent another pedestrian from tragically being a statistic. What we truly need is a complete pedestrian reorientation of University Avenue. But aside from this small but not insignificant area accomplishes, there is so much more work that needs to be done. And the reason why I'm here is because I believe we all share a fundamental belief that change needs to be effectuated at a community level, and the community needs to be involved every step of the way. That is why Florida Not One More has decided to be an organization that does just that. Please mark your calendars for October 2nd at 11 a.m. I am pleased to announce that a community roundtable will be held in the UF Senate chamber on UF's campus, giving us plenty of room to accommodate the businesses, elected officials, student organizations, developers, Florida Department of Transportation, and the UF officials at this roundtable. I strongly believe that all stakeholders should be brought to the table when discussing a redesign of University Avenue. And with that said, please feel free if you have any questions. I'll leave my contact information with the clerk. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to any items on our agenda later this evening? So, Mr. Shepherd, I just want to make sure you understand, if you speak now, you will not be able to speak later to the items. Okay, so this is not general public comment. Got it? Okay, good. Yeah, of course, Mr. Shepherd, of course. Anybody else? Okay, Commissioner Santos? Yeah, we're done with general public comment, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for continuing to fight and to push for pedestrian safety. I saw you, Mayor, responded back to that. I would like to attend as well, so I guess if we could make that a workshop. I don't know if you are okay with us making that a public workshop and noticing it?
Yeah, we're good.
You're good? Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
they're going to notice it. We're just working on a venue. Okay. Once the venue is selected, then they can make the public notice. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready for our next item.
Our next item is RE1, fourth budget amendment to the fiscal year 2021 general government financial and operating plan budget. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to its general government budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, and ending September 30th, 2021, amending resolution number 200316 as amended by resolution number 200933, resolution number 201058, and resolution number 201115 by making certain adjustments to the general government financial and operating plan budget and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I'm realizing that we're a few minutes before 6. And so pending our attorneys, if we could go to the next item, the non-binding resolution, NBR 1, that I believe has no requirement to be read after 6 o'clock. Madam Attorney, we're okay with that, right?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and read that into the record, and we'll dispense with that and then come back to the budget resolution.
All right, we are on NBR 1, resolution in support of local employers mandating the COVID-19 vaccine with a recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210350.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Sacco, to adopt the proposed resolution. Just for clarity, this is a non-binding resolution. It is essentially encouraging our local employers to require their employees to get the COVID-19 vaccine. There was just a very large survey done by one of the leading financial publications in the country of over 1,000 major employers, and well over half of the largest employers in the United States responded that they would be requiring their employees to get vaccinated before the end of the calendar year. So this is something that more and more employers are realizing is important to protect the health and welfare of their workers and their families, as well as encouraging folks to do business with them. You're seeing this from more and more, especially companies in the hospitality industry, where they realize their financial well-being and in fact their future stability is dependent upon folks knowing that their employees are vaccinated. So we're just encouraging our local employers to do the same. The shots are free, they're easy to access. They are, for most folks, not much more than a sore arm for about a day, and they absolutely will help save your life. So the more people that do that, the more folks we can keep out of the hospitals and get past this pandemic. So with that, we would love to open it up for any public comment on the issue. Yeah, go ahead.
Evening. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager. I'm here, you all know I'm the president of CWA Local 3170, Robert Arnold. This resolution you're pushing is for outside employers aside from the city. So I'm going to speak in a different capacity because as far as the CWA goes, in addition to being a local president, I sit on the Florida Board of Presidents, okay, where we work private sector and public sector, AT&T, locals, and all that. So what I'm bringing forward here is I'm just bringing the policy and the statement of the CWA, the labor organization, that could be affected with that type of a mandate that you're supporting right now. So all I can do is I just want to give you the position of the CWA at the higher level. And at the higher level, CWA encourages all members to educate themselves about COVID vaccines and encourages all members to get vaccinated if their health or religious benefits allow. CWA is opposed to any vaccine mandates, period. Okay, so nothing new. And I just wanted to share that because that is a statement from our district level, Southeastern United States. So if you're going to encourage mandates, you can anticipate if our represented people are involved in that, this may come up, okay? And it would be a mandatory subject of bargaining. So just wanted to bring that to the forefront to you. Okay?
I appreciate that.
That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for sticking with us all afternoon as well. Okay, Adam, over to you. You have anybody on the line to talk to this item?
No, sir. Nobody on the line to talk to this item.
Okay. Anybody else in chambers?
I want to echo the comments that were just made by the prior speaker. I think that this whole policy was well-intended, ill-advised by the commission. It could have been handled differently. You can incentivize compliance rather than threatening people with the loss of their job. You know, as a taxpayer, I think there's far more challenges that are more important than the city commission virtue signaling via the time it took to make a resolution to support its ongoing politicization of public health crisis. I'm vaccinated. I'm not anti-vaccination, but I do believe it should be a personal choice. The city, for the record, does not mandate city employees getting a flu shot every year, which is a, you know, flu virus, influenza, but you don't seem to have the same concern about that. You know, the slippery slope, commissioners, and you know, you guys care deeply and lecture the public about the health crisis, about the need to do this, the need to do that, the need for masking, the need for, you know, this, that, and the other thing. But boy, when you have an opportunity to go to the super spreader event, the UF football game, there's a couple of you guys in your own email jumped at that opportunity. Boom. Oh yeah, football game, no problem. But COVID's going to kill us. Do you see how hypocritical that is, commissioners? I think people are intelligent. They can make their own personal health choices without government mandates. I had an adverse reaction to my second Pfizer shot. It was analogous to appendicitis-like symptoms for 4 days, very painful. Had I not got the shot and not been to the gym a few days earlier, I'd have been on the way to the emergency room. That's what the type of pain I was in. That's not a typical symptom. That being said, you know, when it comes to booster shots, I'm gonna have to make a personal choice there. I don't think it should be a mandate because there are potentially some bad outcomes, and not every vaccine is fully FDA approved. So, you know, the whole my body, my choice doesn't seem to apply, but, you know, this could have been handled much better. You've alienated city employees that have been loyal to you, who you commended for their frontline efforts. Your actions, ill-advised actions, caused you to rescind your own policy so the fire department could send relief efforts to Louisiana because you put a travel ban on them. And the same thing about mutual aid, as Mr. Pilarski pointed out, for GRU. They don't have the resources to send people, and you put these restrictions, these ad hoc policies that you make aren't well thought out. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you. We will move back to the commission. This is a non-binding resolution, so we can do a voice vote.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a caller.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
I am so sorry. It was late entry. Excuse me. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. This city proposal to encourage local businesses, private local businesses, to mandate a COVID vaccine mandate is government overreach. It is also, as far as I'm concerned, out of the reach of the U.S. Constitution, the living or the sacred living body of laws here in the United States. Mayor Poe, city commissioners, what you all are advocating is not good for we the people. It's harmful. It's blatant. A totalitarian tactic using employment to dictate the life of hardworking, personally responsible taxpayers who have been loyal to the city in regards to employees. This isn't North Korea. This isn't China. This isn't Venezuela. This isn't Cuba. This isn't Vietnam. This isn't the former Soviet Union, or often referred to as the Iron Curtain. This isn't Third Reich Germany. This isn't Mussolini, El Duccio or El Duce, Italy's. This is the United States of America. You all need to know this. If you all don't know, what you all are continuing to do is try to set precedent throughout the state of Florida, especially when those school board members have voted against DeSantis' executive order. Then you have the University of Florida trying to also dictate policy when the legislative process starts and begins or ends in Tallahassee, Florida. We see what's going on around here with your plandemic, not your pandemic, but your plandemic, trying to subvert the U.S. Constitution and strip we the people of our civil liberties. You all need to stop with this. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay. Move back to the commission for a vote to approve the non-binding resolution. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. That motion passes 4-1 with, 4-1 with Areola and Johnson absent and Duncan Walker in dissent. Okay, Madam Clerk, back to our budget resolution.
Read it once more. RE1, fourth budget amendment to the fiscal year 2021 general government financial and operating plan budget. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to its general government budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021. Amending resolution number 200316 as amended by resolution number 200933, resolution number 201058, and resolution 201115 by making certain adjustments to the general government financial and operating plan budget and providing an immediate effective date.
Ms. Fiore, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Karen Fiore, Budget Manager. We only have a few items to request from you this evening. The first one, in the general fund, we're requesting allocating $200,000 from general fund balance to the city's clerk's office for the special election. requesting to reallocate existing budget within the general fund in the amount of $54,000 for Phase 2 environmental study and market feasibility analysis for the 8th and Waldo Road project. Requesting to reallocate existing budget in the amount of $50,000 for operating and personnel expenses. This was previously budgeted in the parking pay station within transportation and mobility. Reallocation of $25,000, again, of existing budget for a new cost allocation study for the Budget and Finance Department. Reallocating $10,000 for the Catalyst building for parking improvements, and this was per the new lease agreement. Moving on to special revenues. Reallocating and transferring $436,000 from the Transportation Concurrency Exception Area Fund over to the RTS Fund for purchasing of buses. Accepting and allocating $433,000 for new TMPA zone agreements. Recognizing $70,000 for a new grant for Grace Marketplace to provide window, door, and hardware impact resistant on the main building. Transferring back to fund balance the amount of $38,000 for grants that have already been closed. And recognizing $583 for various fire programs such as Operation Care, fire prevention programs, and community resource paramedicine program. In the capital project fund, transferring $75,000 from the Wild Spaces Public Places Contingency Fund over to the Kiwanis Girl Scout Park, and requesting almost $52,000 from fund balance within the Wild Spaces Fund for Lob Lobby Woods Nature Park project. Under the proprietary fund, here you see the other side of the transfer from the transportation fund over to RTS for the purchase of buses in the amount of $436,000. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 210151.
Okay, a motion and a second to approve the resolution adopting the amendatory budget. Any members of the public will speak to the motion? Adam, do you have anybody?
No, sir. Nobody on the line right now.
Okay, anybody here? Okay, back to the commission. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
No.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 5-1. Duncan Walker in dissent and Ariola absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is the adoption reading of ordinance 210032, land use change of 0.945 acres of property located at the southwest corner of intersection of West University Avenue and Southwest 12th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by overlaying the planned use district land use category on approximately 0.945 acres of property, generally located at the southwest corner of the intersection of West University Avenue and Southwest 12th Street, is more specifically described in this ordinance, providing land development regulations, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Persons, I see you with us. I also saw Ms. McMullen a moment ago, so I'll start off with you, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Director, Department of Sustainable Development. So I'm actually zooming in from my conference hotel room down in Miami. And I think I'm doing so because this is really important to me. I'm really excited about this project. I think in a lot of ways, this is very much a proof of concept for the city in looking at creative ways to include mixed income units in market rate development. I wanted to first say a big thank you to Chris and his team with Lincoln Ventures. Wanted to thank Pam Davis and Malcolm Kiner and the GHA board from Gainesville Housing Authority. I think, this is really a space that the city excels at, and really where we should be in helping to both act as a convener and a facilitator of these really exciting projects like Lincoln Ventures and others. And so I'm really excited to be able to talk about this tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Brittany McMullen in my department to go through the details of the PUD and PD. But I did want to say a couple of words and beforehand.
All right, thank you, Mr. Persons, and Ms. McMullen, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Can you all, well, I was trying to share my screen, but I don't know if it's sharing. Can you see my screen?
It looks like something's trying to be seen. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so, whoops.
And Madam Clerk, could you reduce to like the single screen on the right-hand side? Yeah. Perfect, thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. So good evening. Again, my name is Brittany McMullen. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. This request does involve a property which is generally located at the southwest corner of West University Avenue and Southwest 12th Street. The property is about 0.94 acres in size. The existing land use of the property is urban mixed-use high intensity. That allows 100 dwelling units per acre or 125 dwelling units per acre with a special use permit. So the request again is to amend the future land use here on this property from urban mixed use high intensity to planned use district. So this is an aerial view of the property and the area surrounding the property. As you can see, it's in very close proximity to the University of Florida. It's in close proximity to the intersection of University Ave and 13th Street. So definitely a very walkable area. This next slide shows you the proximity of the property to historic districts. So the University Heights South Historic District is here to the south, and to the north is the University Heights North Historic District. So the code has some specific compatibility requirements for properties that are located within 100 feet of historic districts. So in particular for the University Heights South Historic District is what we'd be looking at here. And so there are some height limitations associated with that, in addition to the number of units that can be within the portion of the development that is within 100 feet. And the proposal does propose to meet those requirements. We'll see a little bit later in the renderings, in the zoning presentation, and probably in the applicant's presentation next, how those requirements are proposed to be met. So since this is a planned use, a PUD, there are conditions that need to be adopted with this land use category that would address the density, the building height, and non-residential uses. So the first condition covers the maximum number of bedrooms, which is 506 bedrooms, and the dwelling units would be 151. There's a maximum building height of 10 stories allowed for the portion for the building that is abutting, that is outside of that historic district buffer, and then limited to 4 stories within that 100-foot buffer of the historic district. The non-residential uses that are proposed would be on the ground floor of the property and would be a maximum of 6,500 gross square feet. The rest of the conditions really talk about the affordable units that will be in place. So 10% of the units will be required to be provided at affordable rates for residents earning between 50% and 80% AMI. All units must be equal, and tenants will have access to all the same amenities. And I know that the applicant will get into a little bit more detail on this, but there is a memorandum of understanding that's been signed with the Gainesville Housing Authority to solidify these requirements for the affordable units. And I know they've been working very closely with the the GHA on that. So I'll let them tell you a little bit more details on that portion. So in terms of the staff review, staff does find that the proposed PUD meets review criteria. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And as outlined in the staff report in your backup, staff does feel that it meets all of the other review criteria as well. Staff does recommend approval of the application, and the city plan board recommended approval as well. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McMullen. I think we'll invite the applicant up at this time to give their presentation, and then we'll field any questions.
Well, thank you for that invitation. We're extremely excited to be here. This project is testament to what you can do if you have a great plan in place and less than 1 acre of land. So while production staff gets this ready, I want to take a moment. I'm here tonight with Ms. Patrice Boyce, who has been the land use attorney who's worked on this and been integral to the creation of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Gainesville Housing Authority, as well as Malcolm Kiner here, who is from the authority. I'd like to really, really thank staff, because from the moment we envisioned this project, this is a individual, Chris Johnson with CA Ventures, who is responsible for the project in the 900 block of West University Avenue that's currently under construction. He has changed companies, but he said he wanted to come back to Gainesville and do a second project. And I said, please do someday. So within a month or two, he said, I've got a new project, and it's near the university. So we scheduled a meeting with Mr. Persons, Mr. Feldman, sat down and discussed the concept of what we wanted to do, which was deliver a infill, mixed-use, multi-story project very, very close to campus that would allow living units for people as workforce housing baked right into the overall development concept. And the reason we chose this, I guess they pulled up a PDF.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to advance the slide, so you just have to let them know. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Raul and Scott and all had it up there. So let's just jump into it this way then. Okay, as staff stated, this is a project that has mixed-use, high-intensity land use as an underlying land use, and it has U9 zoning on it. We are seeking the PUD, Planned Use District, and Planned Development zoning because we want to incorporate into the entitlement package the affordable housing component. This will be Gainesville's first project that has an affordable housing component brought right to the project and codified into the zoning documents. Can I have the next slide, please? And we even rehearsed this earlier. So our intent here on this 0.94 acres is to create a urban form that contains structured parking, ground floor commercial offerings, 6,500 square feet, enhanced urban pedestrian streetscape, and then market rate and workforce housing together in one single building. Mark was here at the beginning of the meeting to talk about not one more, but when we go through the slides, you'll see here, as you know, along University Avenue, the sidewalks are very thin. Going down 12th Street, they are very small. So adhering to the transect requirements of this project is really a game changer, because we're going to be increasing the sidewalks anywhere from 3 to 4 feet out to 25 feet, or on the case of 12th, somewhere between 16 to 21 feet of pedestrian realm created. Could I have the next slide, please? The opportunities that we see with this project, we will be achieving the highest and best use of this valuable location immediately adjacent to the University of Florida campus, greatly improving the pedestrian realm along both University Avenue and setting the template for when our neighbors to the west, which happen to be the University of Florida, who own the Leonardo's building and the gas station on the corner, can follow along. We also seek to increase the supply and diversity of housing in the city's urban core and provide access to opportunity to Gainesville's broader population. If you work on campus, Warrington College of Business or Tigert Hall, you could live across the street in a unit that will be at 50% of the AMI here in Gainesville. Next slide, please. As a bit of background, since you have both a legislative item before you this evening and a quasi-judicial item, this item was advertised in the public. We conducted a neighborhood workshop and nobody came. I did have 2 phone calls after from an adjacent property owner and from Clay Swagger from EDA, who's responsible for the hub project, and he said, we just want to know what you're doing, and I believe they are following suit soon with a project of similar nature that has an affordable housing component in it. Next slide, please. During the course of our project, we advertised that the probable timeline is we were hoping that we would be here right about now at the City Commission. We were at the Plan Board in March of this year, where we received a unanimous recommendation from the Plan Board to have the City Commission adopt both the land use and zoning component of this project. Next slide, please. We also spoke of the development timetable of this project. It is our goal, and we have already begun the engineering process to get our drawings together, to get our site plan assembled. We are working with an architecture firm, Dwell Design Group, that is familiar with the Gainesville environment, and we are progressing along rather rapidly with our development plans for submittal and review through the city's process. Next slide, please. So I'll go through this rather quickly, so some of this is repetitive to Brittany's slides, but I wanted to show you. We are about 100 feet away from the University of Florida campus on 13th Street, and we are fronting State Road 26 or University Avenue. Other projects of similar size and scale, you have the Holiday Inn across the street. This is the Standard. This is College Manor. This is the Hub immediately to the east of us. And here is the Innovation District. And Tigert Hall will be right here. Next slide, please. So this is the size of our project, 0.93 acres. It's about 40,000 square feet. There are some older structures that have been around there. This is the former Mellow Mushroom, Felipe's Tacos, Hookah Cafe, used to be a bookstore, then the Schwinn store, and now it is a leasing office for apartment complexes. This will all be replaced in here. Next slide, please. The street frontages that we will be improving rather dramatically are all along University Avenue here and then down 12th Street, so that this condition will become part of the outdoor realm or the urban form of Gainesville's future here. This is the corner as it exists today. If you've ever stood at that corner, you know that these sidewalks have utility structures all throughout them. And as you go down 12th, there's a variety of different utility infrastructure, traffic control infrastructure, and it's really not a great pedestrian safe space, especially if you're standing here at the actuator waiting to cross either University Avenue or to cross 12th Street. Next slide, please. This has urban mixed use, high intensity land use, the highest intensity land use in the city of Gainesville, being so close to campus. Next slide. And we seek to replace this with the planned use district, which incorporates in all the conditions for the property as well as the affordable housing component. Next slide, please. The U9 zoning will take into account the transect zone requirements. We're not seeking any derivation from those rules. We want to keep that, but what we do want to do is bring in this affordable housing component. Next slide, please. So just like we have PDs to the north and south, this will become a planned development here. Next slide, please. So now this is the fun part. 50% of the area's median income for a two-person household is $27,950. Or for a two-bedroom unit, that means someone can have an apartment across the street from campus for $786. Our clients did a rent research project around the city of Gainesville. Comparable housing of this nature is going anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 a bed. The furthest out that they could find, or I was just say this the other way, the closest they could find comparable rate structure to what we will be offering in these units is west of I-75 behind the Home Depot. So they are bringing that level of housing directly across the street from campus. Next slide, please. In lieu of having to navigate our state roads, 34th Street and Archer Road, and having blighted conditions, as you would see here along University Avenue, our goal is to bring back a very vibrant urban form here by the reinvestment in this property. It results in people being closer to their jobs, closer to downtown, closer to amenities, and helps support existing businesses along the corridor. We have 6,500 square feet that will be built as commercial space. We will not initially be bringing that on as new businesses. The only new business that will be in there initially is a coffee shop that will be operated by the actual project owner so that we are not saturating out the market. In the future, as more need is generated, that space can convert to rental space in there to bring businesses on, but we are not initially going to bring other spaces in there and other businesses to the corridor to help the corridor revitalize organically. Those ground floor spaces will house things such as the leasing office, study area, gym, and the coffee shop. Next slide, please. So by creating workforce housing in the urban core, what we are hoping to be able to do is to attract and retain more essential workforce close to campus, our number one employer here, to encourage pedestrian and bicycle transportation in close proximity to campus and downtown, to facilitate greater use of public transportation, reduce the strain on the transportation system by having fewer cars on the road, because this will have a garage built into the building so that when residents get there, hopefully they will leave their cars in the garage and spend most of the time on their shoes and on their feet or bikes and walking around. And it will bolster vitality and longevity of the Gainesville economy by building a mixed-use infill project right next to campus. Next slide, please. So with 0.94 acres, you can imagine that this is not a tremendously involved PD master plan, but the most important thing that I want to highlight here is that the setbacks along University Avenue, where today there's about 4 feet of sidewalks and street trees and light poles and utility poles right in the center of the sidewalk, a lot of areas, we're going to have between 20 to 25 feet of pedestrian realm created along University Avenue. And as we turn the corner and come down 12th, the new standard we're setting there will be anywhere between 16 to 21 feet of pedestrian realm heading north-south. Next slide, please. It's so much more fun when I get to click it. So our PUD conditions have included here 10% of the total units constructed in perpetuity will be affordable housing. It'll be equitable market rate units, and so all the amenities, all the fit and finish that goes in any apartment is the same throughout the entirety of the building. It's not a lower style unit or a lower quality unit. Everybody lives in comparable units. It places then subsidy vouchers will be provided, and through our memorandum of understanding with the Housing Authority, they are our funneling agency to bring residents to this project. And if you could scroll up just the first a little bit there so I can get that last piece. This is the first time, sorry, I meant down actually. Pull the slide up just a hair. This is the first time that we've had a voluntary inclusionary workforce housing component in a project here in Gainesville. It was desired by our applicant and desired by our client, and we were happy to bring this here because this is a monumental time to do this. And so we've had the pleasure of working with the Housing Authority, and we really see, as Andrew stated, this is a really good proof of concept. Next slide, please. So the PD conditions have all the same building placement standards as the U9. We're not seeking any waivers or variances. The urban realm requirements will be the same as the U9 standards. Surface parking is prohibited. All parking will be internal to the building, so once you get home or once you get to work, you put your car in the garage and that's where it stays. And then there'll be generous bicycle and scooter and moped spaces throughout the building and the structured garage. Next slide, please. This is a chart that shows the comparison if we were under straight zoning versus the PD. For motor vehicle parking, we have new opportunities. There are 90 spaces minimum required. We will have in excess of that in our garage. The building height is adding 2 stories, so there's no change in the overall what is allowed. 6 stories by right, 8 stories by performance bonuses, but we have structured parking in here, so that gets us to where we need to be. The density will have a maximum of 151 total units in the building with 33 dwelling units or 15 that are set aside for workforce housing. There will be 182 bedrooms total, and 30 of those are dedicated in the 15 units for workforce housing. The intensity is actually less, looking at it from a square footage ratio of what's possible on the site, because we didn't want to really just bulk the site up. And we are going to have some continued discussions with the city and local agencies on how to get this to happen again. Next slide, please. So lastly, what I wanted to show here, and this, if it was a PowerPoint, it would go away. This is what it looks like here today. When we come back, we will have a 25-foot setback from the back of curb here to the building, and here we will have a 21-foot setback. This is not friendly pedestrian realm. This is not the place you want your son or daughter or friends or yourself to be standing waiting to cross the road in these conditions. So when we build this, this will greatly improve the safety of this intersection and this frontage along University Avenue. Next slide, please. That's the current west end of the project. This is the parking lot over here at Leonardo's by the Slice and the Bistro. This is what it looks like today. Next slide, please. So, in conclusion, city staff has recommended that you all approve this. I'm very pleased to say that at the plan board meeting on May 25th, they gave us a recommendation unanimously of approval, and we are hoping that you too tonight will approve this project and allow us to move forward. We are very eager to bring this to the city of Gainesville and hopefully do another one after this. Malcolm is here to say a couple of words, and if you have any highly technical legal stuff.
Thanks. Mr. Connor, why don't you just wait 1 second? Ms. Molden will clean the area, as she's so kind to do for us in between speakers. I'll invite you to say a few words about the participation of the Housing Authority after she does that. Yeah, and then we'll turn to the commission for questions. Thank you, Ms. Molden. All right, Mr. Kiner, welcome.
Hello, Malcolm Kiner, Gainesville Housing Authority. And in brief, I'd just like to echo the sentiments of Andrew. When we were approached by the city and Lincoln Ventures, we were a bit skeptical at first regarding a for-profit developer actually wanting to come up with a genuine partnership to work with folks from our program. So one of the slides he showed that between 50% to 80% area median income is not only included in the memorandum of understanding that we have with Lincoln, but it is also a part of the code, and it's in perpetuity. So by creating this partnership, we will allow up to 15 families to live in a 2-bedroom apartment, possibly next to a student or a professor or any number of folks who live and reside in these type of apartments in this area. And then what we look at that as an opportunity for our residents, our families to live in an area of opportunity. So there's a tremendous need. I have some of the numbers from our waiting list. We currently have 2,500 folks on our public housing waiting list, another 800 or so on our voucher program list, and another 300 for the Grove, our new apartment complex. So there is a tremendous need. And we're just really excited to be at the table with them and hopeful that other developers and other builders will approach us because we have a need. So I hope you take it into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kiner. I appreciate that. All right, thank you all. This is, I must say, on all my time on the commission, a unique presentation and unique project. I've never seen anything like this, so that was special to hear all those folks that worked together on this. We'll start with Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all. This is it's a good step in the right direction, and I know up to 15 families will be housed very well, and the rest at the market rate will still be wonderful opportunities for workforce housing. So I'm really thankful that this project came forward. I have an odd concern, but bear with me. There are a lot of trees already in existence. They're beautiful, great older trees. And looking at the renderings, it seems like those will just be torn down. Is there any I guess, any effort to preserve those trees during construction and expansion of the sidewalk?
Steve Buck.
So she doesn't have to repeatedly do that. I'll stand back here because I have a good projecting voice. Mr. Mayor, yes. The trees that will be along University Avenue are existing in tree wells. So we're going to actually set our barricades back from that and do our best to preserve those that are already there, that are in the DOT right away. It's very challenging when you get in there because there's existing water lines, sewer lines, storm lines and all, and we'd like to keep that in there. There's also an opportunity on the west side of the property where we abut the University of Florida's property, where the old Slice and Bistro is. There's some landscaping in there. And so we've been working pretty closely, and I failed to mention that one of our early meetings also was with Dr. Lane and then the university's architectural and design committee, because we know that they ultimately have plans. They're not going to leave that corner empty. So we're looking at the possibility of creating some sort of a pedestrian connection north-south at our west end and at their east end, because there's a nice little tree line right there that used to be along the edge of the Leonardo's east property, or the parking lot side. The rest of the area, the trees exist on 12th going north-south, and so by setting the building back, we hope that we can retain those. Within like the context of the area where Felipe's Tacos, Mista Cuca, and those other buildings are, there's no vegetation in there though. That's all pretty much impervious area, whether it's buildings, parking, behind the buildings, of course, and then some circulation lots and sidewalks in there. But we are going to the best of our ability, keep all that's along there and then supplement it with more. Because the slide didn't let me do my nice little artistic transition between the before and after, one of the things that we're going to do along the face of this building, both on University Avenue and then turning the corner and going down 12th, we have a nice canopy that's out there that extends. So that will be underlit, and we'll be incorporating lighting in there, and the lot of the facade of the building is actually going to be glass, so it'll put through the glass, the translucence, a lot of light in that pedestrian area, so that we won't have to have excessive street lighting on posts there to further kind of clutter up that aesthetic, but still provide good lighting in there under the canopy. Because oftentimes you'll see like a street lamp and it's sitting 10, 12 feet up there and it's in the canopy, so it's not really getting down where people need to see. So good question, and yes, we're mindful of that. Thank you.
I do appreciate that. I got the feeling someone was going to ask about trees or call in about trees. So I just wanted it out of the way. But yeah, otherwise, I'm very excited about this. The one thing it was mentioned up to 15 families because it's a maximum allowance of 151 units and it's 10%. And I know this has already kind of been coordinated with GHS and it's fine. My feeling, my ideal would have been that, you know, regardless of how many units you do build up to that 10-story ceiling, that the 15 would have remained. I would have preferred 10% of the max possible. That's just me asking for more, but I understand if there are limitations. But for those that are going to be voucher-based with GHS, as many as we could have gotten would have been ideal, given that there are 2,500 families waiting. But the rest at market rate takes away a little bit of that fear. But so that's my preference. I know it probably won't happen, but yeah, I do appreciate the work on this.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm very glad that that question was asked because we did try to look at.
Okay, just because there's folks at home too, Mr. Dienbach.
Okay.
You're good.
I'm very glad that question was asked because during the course of conceptualizing the project, we looked at 5, 10, 15, and if we could push the number up further. The unfortunate part about working in the realm of including both market rate and workforce or affordable housing in the project is it gets to a point where lending agencies get very skeptical. And so we found it very difficult, or I should say our clients found it very difficult to push past the 10%. There were lending agencies that were willing to work with us up to 10, but when we pushed it any higher, they said, you know, you'll have to self-fund the project. And so rather than have a failure, we came in here with as much as we could. But I hopefully will be back very shortly with another project that wants to do the exact same thing. So let's keep chipping at that 2,500, project by project and location by location.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a a great project, housing near campus, mixed income. I mean, that's what we need is mixed income housing, and it's near campus where there are a lot of people who hit the 50% AMI mark and work at the University of Florida. So this will be a game changer for those persons who can live within walking distance to work, don't have to take all the way out from I-75. It's almost a 45-minute bus ride, hour bus ride. This is a huge change for people. I think this shows that we can do inclusionary zoning, and I'm looking forward to when that comes forward back to the commission. You do it by doing it in a bunch of little places, all over the place. Then you can eat that 2,500. You don't concentrate poverty. It allows everyone to live in a good place. So I'm very excited about the project moving forward, and I'm really excited about the Gainesville Housing Authority being a partner on it. And then also the perpetuity of as long as there is a structure there, those units will be affordable. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would echo what's already been said. I really liked the project. I liked it when we talked about it in a Zoom meeting months ago, when it was just kind of in its infancy. And I think it's potentially a really great partnership with the Housing Authority. And I'm really glad that you're not just lowering the prices on a few apartments, but actually working through the Housing Authority who can make the most of the opportunity. That's exciting. What's also interesting to me, and I want to encourage anybody skeptical watching at home or here in the room, sometime in the next few days, go by 12th Street and University Avenue and really take in what's there right now. Really take it in. Get a good grasp of what's there, because it ain't great. I mean, it really is just not wonderful. It's minimal sidewalks, dirty minimal sidewalks, and not a lot of care has gone into those blocks, particularly that block, in quite a long time. I mean, not just the last few months since it's been acquired, but it's been a long time since that was cared for. Our community deserves better. And I'm pleased to see this moving forward. I was thinking about how far the setbacks are. It's from me to Jerry. I mean, it's not, a 3-foot sidewalk. There's a lot of room to roam there for the community, again, for anybody walking past and being a part of that. I think it's a good project, and I appreciate everybody working together to make something good happen there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm incredibly excited about this. I immediately went to something that I've been kind of trying to work towards for most of my time as mayor, which is an inclusionary zoning policy. And really it's projects like this that will show the viability of that, not just in how it can help bring housing and affordable housing to our community in high opportunity areas, but also to the financing corporations that, this is a city where inclusionary zoning will work because we have the right mix and we have the long-term viability that they're going to be looking for. So this is a great test case for that. I'm excited about whatever you're referring to coming next. You're going to hear me say this a lot, and I know it's something that many of you pulled out of the raw census data that we just got, but our population grew over 13%, our housing stock grew over 10% over the last decade. In other words, our housing stock grew 30% slower than our population, and that's unsustainable. I mean, we're already way behind, and those almost 3,500 families that are out there looking for housing, if it doesn't get built and it doesn't exist, then that waiting list is just going to grow. And so we've got huge pressures on us to bring more housing, but also with that affordable component. I'm incredibly excited about that. And then finally, to be consistent, I typically am not real supportive of PDs and PUDs, especially when we have transect zones that meet the need. But because we don't have, oh my goodness. I'm sorry you left that. Because we don't have an inclusionary zoning policy yet, this is the only way to me to ensure that those units remain affordable past sort of, the first, the first move-in, first lease that gets signed. So, and then finally, I'm thrilled that you're partnering with the Housing Authority. They've shown their ability to do great work. They have the access to the households and families that, that have a demonstrated need and have gone through the vetting process. I hope this becomes a model partnership where, everybody that wants to do something like this, they know to call Pam and Malcolm or whoever your successors are 30 years from now, and say, hey, we've got another one, let's go. Because it's just proven such a seamless and beneficial partnership. So, kudos all around. This really is one of the most exciting housing projects I've seen come across our desk since I've been here. And so I'm excited to support this and get it moving forward as quickly as we can. Back to Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just on the census, going through the data, in the last 10 years, we didn't build around 2,500 housing units that would have allowed us to keep the same to keep up with population. And moving forward, not even including that deficit where we're at, we need to build about 650 units a year to be able to match the population demand. And that's us growing at the same growth we had last 10 years. I think we're going to grow faster because I think we're going to get a lot of people coming from the coast who are moving closer or into this Orlando to our Gainesville that are going to be moving inland, and we'll probably have to build more housing units. With that, I'd like to move ordinance number 210032 on adoption reading by title only.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance. Commissioner Sacco?
So just because I'm over eager, when do you expect to break ground and what is a guesstimate for finishing?
Well, it's coming up, Madam Clerk. It was Santos with the motion and Sacco with the second. Go ahead.
We're hoping to be able to break ground right around the first of the year. Yeah, we are, I would say very aggressively pursuing our site plan. We have meetings every single week as the entire team, and we're hoping to break ground very, very quickly. It'll probably be about a 20-month build. The building will be concrete and steel. It is not a wood frame building, obviously, at that size, so this is a long life cycle building. And so we are using an advanced modular type system, which helps speed up the construction, but hopefully, we could see this building maybe occupied for the 2023 season for the fall. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll open it up for members of the public that wish to comment on this item, this motion. Anybody well, let's start with you, Adam, and then we'll come back to the chambers. Go ahead.
Alrighty, we have one commenter for AR1. It is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Telford Cartwright, long-term resident here in Gainesville, Florida, and I want to make a public comment on this item on the agenda. I do not support it, and I have many reasons why I don't support it or I do not support it. Affordable housing, project housing, workforce housing, public plantation project, apartment housing complexes or apartment complexes, as far as I'm concerned, are a failure, going all the way back to Lyndon B. Johnson and his 1964, or the Democrats' 1964 Civil Rights Bill, which included public plantation project housing. There's many of these project housing or apartment complexes in Gainesville, Florida, of which many of these public plantation project apartment housing complexes or apartment complexes, violent crimes occur, shootings, and I often refer to them as intentionally designed projects by the Democrats that have helped to dehumanize people, help to reduce them of their socio-economic and political power. And once again, I don't support this initiative or this item on the agenda, and I'm asking for the city commissioners today to vote no on this item on the agenda. And that's my public comment.
Okay, back to the chambers. Anybody in chambers wish to speak to the item? Go ahead, Ms. Shepherd.
My name is Donald Shepard. I know Jerry very well, known him for 15 years. An excellent contractor. He don't bring nothing but the best when he does a project. I vote yes for this project to pass. I see it as an inner city opportunity for students and for other people like myself. When I heard about it, I said, sign me up. I want an apartment there, not knowing what the apartments are about or parking's about or anything yet, but willing to learn. But I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Adam, do you have anybody else on the line?
We just got a caller come in. I'm sorry, we're getting late calls tonight, it seems. Let me check on the screening. If you've got somebody in chambers, please go to them first.
Yeah, we'll wait for that. I just want to respond to Mr. Cartwright. This is not a public housing project. This is a private development that's going to include a portion of units that are going to be affordable housing in partnership with the Gainesville Housing Authority. But this is not a public housing project.
Alrighty, after that response, I do have a caller. It is Darlene Pafalo. Ms. Pafalo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The main question I would have, because this seems like it's a new version of what they call inclusionary housing, which doesn't always work, but I would like to ask the developers, has this project like this been have you seen this any other area, not only Florida, that it has worked? Because I hate to be the first one on anything. I always like to pray that we, follow other good ideas that have happened also. I do agree with the one of the commissioners that 10% is quite low if you're talking affordable housing, because what is affordable housing? It's jobs. If you don't have a job, you can't afford anything. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you, commissioners and mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Fallon. I saw Ms. Boyce nodding her head that yes, she is aware of other projects like this. Do you want to list a few off? We don't need to get into the details.
Mr. Mayor, this is Jerry Diedenbach again, addressing Ms. Pafalo's question. This is a specialty of Lincoln Ventures, and they have projects primarily in university towns, Austin, Texas, Ann Arbor, and the list goes on. And so they have utilized this model elsewhere, and where it works really well, as Commissioner Hayes Santos said, while you have, I'm sure, some folks that make great 6-figure or 7-figure incomes across the street at the university, there are a lot of people that make $30,000 or $40,000. I have friends that are barely getting by, and working right across the street. So it will work here, yes.
Yeah, Ms. Boyce.
I know, Jerry, we don't need to wait again. Patrice Boyes, representing the developer. I'm a land use attorney for the new commissioners that may not have met me. The interesting thing about building affordable housing, there are a couple of ways to do it across the country. One of them is to do like a community land trust. The thrust of that is to make sure the subsidy that you're offering, whether it's cash or donations of land, or in this case a discount, remains in perpetuity. So we have a number of ways we can do that. In this case, we're doing it by a voluntary agreement to conditions in the zoning, in the PD and the PUD as well, in the land use and the zoning, that remain in perpetuity. You could do it by deed restrictions, you can do it by zoning ordinances. I personally like this model because we also have to train the lending industry that these are projects that will work. And so we do call this proof of concept, baby steps. We cannot solve all the problems with one project, but we can show how to do it. So this is our offer of a model to the city. You are giving them a few extra units to balance the economics of discounting the units coupled with the voucher from the Gainesville Housing Authority, and that's how it's working economically. So when you do your inclusionary zoning ordinance, just keep that in mind. You've got to balance that or your lending industry will not sign on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyce. I was going to comment to Mr. Diedenbach, not only do you have folks that you have making $30,000 or $40,000, you got folks on this dais that are making $30,000 or $40,000. So we're not unfamiliar with that salary range. Okay, so we will move back to a vote of the commission. This is a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Aye.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. And Mayor Pope?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Ariola and Johnson absent. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, our next item is the first reading of ordinance 210033, quasi-judicial rezoning of 0.94 acres of property located at the southwest corner intersection of West University Avenue and Southwest 12th Street. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 0.945 acres of property generally located at the southwest corner of the intersection of West University Avenue and Southwest 12th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from U9 to PD, providing land development regulations, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McMullen, I'm assuming you're up next.
Yes, it is me again, Brittany McMullen, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. So this is the companion rezoning petition that would implement the land use category that you just discussed. So again, we're still talking about the property that's 0.945 acres in size. The current zoning there is U9, Urban 9, which is the transect zone. That district allows for 100 dwelling units per acre, or 125 with special use permit approval. So the request is to rezone the property from U9 to PD. This is a PD layout plan that will be associated with this PD zoning. It's pretty general, but it shows the buildable area, which is the area labeled A, and then B is the public realm. It outlines the proposed setbacks for the development, and it also outlines the square footages that will be allowed. This is one rendering of the proposed project, and this one I think is important because you can see the portion of the building to the south here. This is the portion that is within 100 feet of the historic district. So you can see here that it's meeting or proposed to meet the requirements of less stories than the rest of the development. So this is that portion right here, and I think this rendering shows that very well. Before I get into the review criteria, there are several conditions associated with this PD. They're outlined in the ordinance, of course, but they address things such as the allowable uses. So in general, a mix of uses would be allowed. It reiterates the maximum number of dwelling units and bedrooms. It also reiterates the maximum number of stories, square footage, things like that. And it also requires that 10% of the units must be affordable. It also includes some design requirements and setback requirements, things that the applicant had covered in their presentation. So it gets into a little bit more detail about the design of the building. The provisions regarding design are pretty much modeled after the transect zone requirements. So Staff does recommend approval of the request based on the petition meeting review criteria of section 30-3.14, as well as specific review criteria for plan developments. The code asks us to look at two different sections, two different sets of review criteria specific for PD zoning districts, and staff does find that all of those review criteria are met and does recommend approval. The city plan board recommended approval as well. And that concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll invite the applicant up.
I think I'm making this young lady work more hard tonight than I have to. Based on the competent substantial evidence placed into the record during the land use component of this and Malcolm's presentation and Patrice's information, the staff report and the PowerPoints, I'm not going to belabor talking about this any longer. I hope that others want to follow this model. I know from conversations in general with other commissioners that there are others that want to do this. So we would certainly hope that this is really, the first proof of concept and that others can come forward. I did want to thank you. Mr. Johnson was unable to be here from Chicago, and his business partner is in Texas, but they are both watching and they're both in the Zoom, and they wanted to express their appreciation for your support of the land use. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. So with that, I will turn back to the commission on, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. There is one change I'd like us to consider making of the PD. This underlying zoning does not mandate parking, but the PD we're putting in place does mandate parking. Under section 13, line 152 through 153, it says the minimum number of parking spaces in the structure parking shall be 90. I don't think we need that. I mean, if they want to build the parking, they can. It's not mandated, but I think we should move away from mandating parking minimums. So I'd like to move ordinance 210033 with one change, that we remove the minimum number of parking spaces in structure parking shall be 90.
Okay, so can you say strike from word to word on which line?
Yeah, maybe you could bring it up, probably be easier. And just to reiterate that the current zoning does not mandate parking either.
So Madam Clerk, if you can bring up the PD ordinance, it's on page 6 of the PD ordinance, line 152 and 153. I think we can just do a quick strike through, so we're looking at the language we're approving, and we should be fine.
I have it pulled up. I can go ahead and share it.
Oh, that'd be great.
Okay, so you said page, excuse me. Okay, I think I'm at the right spot here.
Yeah, so if you could just either highlight, or if you could do a strike through there while you've got it. Yeah, from there to the number 90. Yep. No,
keep that.
Yeah, just number 90, yep. We can do a strike through there.
Oh, I don't know if I can actually do the strike through.
Okay.
Here.
I'll just ask our attorney, we're looking at the language, and the motion is to approve it with that language right there stricken from the ordinance. Are you okay with that?
It's also coming back for second reading too.
Yeah, I just want to get her.
I'm Mayor and Commissioners. Yes, because this is first reading, what my office will do, I'm clear that you want that entire sentence deleted. So when we bring back the second reading version, we will show that that was a revision made at first reading.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. And not the whole sentence, just from the beginning of the sentence to the number 90.
90? Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, so one bicycle space per, that's going to stay.
Okay.
Okay?
Very good.
She's got it. The attorney's got it. Okay, so Commissioner Santos made a motion to adopt the proposed ordinance with one minor deletion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ward, Madam Clerk. We will now open it up for public comment. Adam, we'll start with you.
No, sir, I've got no one online.
Okay, you good, Mr. Shepard? Okay, y'all understand, we're just taking away the parking minimum requirement?
Yeah. We'll work with the, with staff in the attorney's office to make sure that the language is grammatically correct, but we understand that you're taking out the minimum, not the rest of the transaction.
Correct.
Requirements.
Just that, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, just that. Okay, back to the commission, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson and Ariola absent. All right, thanks for spending the evening with us, y'all. Appreciate it. Look forward to the progress. Might have to drop by January time just to see it happening. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
At the first reading of ordinance 200724, quasi judicial rezoning of 42.973 acres of property known as Oak Hall School. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 42.973 acres of property known as Oak Hall School, generally located at 1700 Southwest 75th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from Alachua County Plan Development to City of Gainesville Education, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McMullen, is this you as well?
Yes, this is a petition that I'm handling. So this item was presented to the City Commission back on August 5th. It was presented with a staff recommendation of changing the zoning from Alachua County PD to City of Gainesville PD. A motion was made at that meeting, which was approved, that the zoning actually be changed to education on the property. So I can provide more information if you need. I believe the applicants, or not the applicant, but the property owner's representative may be on the call to say a few words.
That'd be
so
fine.
You might want, okay.
Yeah, so if anybody's here from Oak Hall that would like to address us, now would be the time.
Apologize, I thought they were on the Zoom, but I do not.
What's the name?
Let's see.
It's Jeff Malloy.
Hold on one moment. I'll promote them to panelists. Mr. Roy is now in the meeting, so if you want to unmute or come on camera, you're able to do so.
Hello.
Hey, good evening. That was indeed brief. He might have just hung himself up, I don't know. We've all done it. Can I try to put a motion on the floor then while waiting, or?
Ms. McMullen, you may want to reintroduce Mr. Malloy now that he can hear and see you.
Sure. So, Mr. Malloy, did you want to add anything or say anything about this rezoning application for Oak Hall School based on the motion that was made at the last City Commission meeting?
Yes, thank you and good evening. Certainly grateful to the City of Gainesville. We're very happy to be officially a part of the City of Gainesville now. Oak Hall's got a long-standing history of 50 years, 51 now. And so, I'm here certainly tonight on behalf of a process which started in 2019 and, was delayed by certainly the pandemic. But we're thankful to get the guidance from your board as we move forward as it relates to zoning. And so we certainly always want to be good neighbors to our friends that surround the property at Oak Hall School. We are grateful to take the educational zoning distinction, if that is the direction this board wishes to take us. And certainly we, again, want to be good neighbors. We are comfortable with the requirements in the current planned development designation, but will be happy to follow the direction of this board. So again, I thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, certainly I'm happy to answer on behalf of the school.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Malloy. Thanks for being with us tonight. So with that, we'll turn to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance number 210032 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hayes Santos, second by Ward, to adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. Any members of the public wish to speak? Adam, we do not have any. I'm sorry, I read the wrong ordinance. I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. The correct number for the ordinance is
200724 by first reading by title only.
200724. Okay, Adam, we do not have anybody in chambers from the public to speak to this. Do you have anybody on the line?
I don't, but if we can even give me 15, 30, 45 seconds between the motion and when you look towards me. There seems to be a rather long delay tonight between the streaming and when people can actually call in. So we're getting a lot of late callers. I'm tap dancing now. I'm not seeing anything. So you can go forward if you'd like.
We understood that. We will definitely afford you that opportunity. Right now, we don't have any members of the general public in chambers. Okay, so we'll move back to a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ariola and Johnson are absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Ariola and Johnson absent. Up next, Madam Clerk.
Okay, first reading of ordinance 210195, text change amending the Land Development Code to comply with the Federal Emergency Management Agency mandated update. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code relating to floodplain management regulations provided in sections 30-8.23 through 30-8.38, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Massey, is this you?
Yes, it is, Mayor. Thank
Welcome,
you very
and
much.
good evening.
Good evening to you and to the remaining members of the commission and to the general public. This is Bedez Massey of the city's Department of Sustainable Development Planning Division, and I'm here tonight with Andy Renshaw of the city's Public Works Department, who's going to co-present with me tonight on this item. Tonight, the commission is being asked to conduct the first reading of an ordinance that, if adopted, will amend text within the city's land development code pertaining to floodplain management. The text amendment is actually mandated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. And the purpose of the amendment is to make sure that the city's flood control regulations are consistent with recent updates to the building code. So this item is city initiated. The impact of it, if adopted, will be citywide. It is legislative in nature because it requires the city commission's approval. The floodplain management topic is one that is addressed throughout the city's strategic goals, because if the ordinance is adopted, it will enhance the city's ability to conduct floodplain management, which is consistent with the idea of protecting the life, safety, and welfare of the people here within the city of Gainesville. Tonight, my co-presenter, Andy Renshaw, is going to provide you with further details explaining what the text amendment entails and why it is important for adoption. The text amendment proposal was taken to the City Plan Board in July on the 22nd of this year, and they voted unanimously to recommend to the City Commission that you adopt it. FEMA has also placed a deadline, excuse me, of September 24th of this year, requiring the City of Gainesville and other local jurisdictions to adopt this amendment. And they have facilitated the process by providing you and other municipalities with a template ordinance to use. And we are using that, and that is what you have before you tonight for first reading. We hope to be back before the Commission on September the 16th of this year in order to meet the September 24th deadline. I do have 3 slides to show you with the help of the clerk of the Commission. However, so as not to delay the presentation, I think Andy's presentation is going to be a lot more attractive than mine. So I will conclude my presentation now, unless you have any questions of me, and allow Andy Renshaw of the city's Public Works Department to enlighten the Commission and the public on what this item is all about.
Thank you, Ms. Massey, and Mr. Renshaw, welcome. We're looking forward to your lovely presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As Bedez pointed out, I'll be sharing some more details about this code change. Let me share my screen here so I can present. Get this started. Okay, that's not the screen that should be popping up. Which screen are y'all seeing?
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Oh, there we go. Okay, very good. Okay, so text changes to the Land Development Code, and it basically is covering 3 items, 2 actual items of code, and the other one was a text cleanup. So the first item being that's revising some elevation requirements for manufactured homes. The second item is it's adding a wet flood proofing, and I'll go into more detail about that in a few and explain that, of accessory and agricultural structures. And then we did some minor word changes and a date update. First, with the manufactured housing, the current CRS prerequisite, and the CRS, to just remind everybody, that is the community rating system. That is what we participate in as a community, and it provides, by us providing additional requirements, and we go through some additional certifications, we then are able to give the community a discount on their flood insurance. And we go through an annual certification to maintain a standing, and that standing will give us the discount. So it's pretty important that we actually continue to have at least the prerequisites. So that's our getting this code updated. So back to the code itself. So the prerequisite is to have at least 1 foot of freeboard on residential structures, and that's 1 foot extra above a flood elevation is what the freeboard is. And so the Florida Building Code requires a minimum minimum base flood elevation plus 1 foot, satisfying that prerequisite. However, it was discovered that the current code in a lot of municipalities for manufactured housing had what was called a 36-inch minimum. And that section may or may not provide that freeboard that is actually required. It's kind of a loophole. So what would happen is essentially it was an either or, and you could either have 1 foot of freeboard above the base flood elevation or do 36 inches minimum above the ground. However, if your flood is at, say, 48 inches, then you would actually end up being under the flood elevation. So they are removing that item out of the code, and this is actually a statewide change to clarify those requirements. So now what we're going to, I go straight to that. So removing that, we are making it now basically the same as the rest of residential housing, where they have to have 1 foot minimum above the BFE. And for the city of Gainesville, if there is not a base flood elevation available, we do an assumed 2 feet And so it'll be 2 feet plus 1, which will be a 3-foot minimum for the manufactured housing. For accessory structures, this one is a new item that we've added in. This comes from a pamphlet, excuse me, I'm a bit tongue-tied, some information from FEMA that was published back in July 2020, and it was covering accessory structures. And what this is a little bit more detail and a checklist for these particular structures. Right now in our code, an accessory structure such as a detached garage or a barn, things of this nature, they kind of fall under a everything else category. And this actually provides some more detailed requirements for particular those. The good thing about this is it provides for wet floodproofing. Currently, for structures in the flood zone, most of the time, their only option is to elevate. This will allow for, and again, this is accessory structures, this is non-residential, non-commercial. This will allow them to actually build within the flood zone and under the flood elevation, but to have wet floodproofing. So what does that mean? That means that there will be a way for water to come into the structure and pass out, and thus not actually cause any detriment to the floodplain itself. And then also there'll be requirements they have to meet in order to put any electrical or utilities have to be above that flood elevation, and also build with flood resistant materials. So basically they're making it so that somebody can build a barn or a garage and the floodwater can come in and out, and the garage itself will not be harmed substantially. And as long as they don't use it for storage or have anything that would cause it for to make a hazard to life or limb, then this would be acceptable. And this would actually be codified in the code for those specifics versus it being under a general everything else category. So here's the specifics for the code. I won't go through in detail on this. You're free to read this. But the biggest thing is that it has to be 1 story and not larger than 600 feet. So we're not talking about large warehouses. We're talking about small accessory structures. So, and then all the other stuff is actually in our current code. But again, this applies specifically for accessory structures. The last item was some minor wording changes. We removed the generic "this subdivision," which in this section, this subdivision was referring to the subdivision in the code. And it was deemed that this could be confusing, considering that this area of the code with it has to do with subdivisions, as in the development type. So we replaced it to remove that possible confusion. And then the last thing was to update the flood insurance study date listed to the latest effective date, which would be the September 24th, 2021, which is when we're expecting a new map revision, and thus the deadline, because FEMA likes to have our codes up to date for the new maps. So that is the 3 items, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210195 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Santos, second by Saka to adopt the proposed resolution, ordinance. Members of the public will speak to the motion. Okay, Mr. Shepard.
My name is Don Shepard. What I wanted to speak about is this here is an action which my trailer park, Lamplighter trailer park, has already taken in effect. The trailers there, they have up to 6 feet tall, and you have to go up these steps and then onto a small platform and then to go into the unit. And that's quite high of a unit for elderly people to take and go into. And they haven't made it a mandatory thing yet that residents that live there have to raise their trailers on their own, or is the park gonna pay for it and then you pay the park? We would like to know if this is something that we will have to take and save up for when this takes effect. I heard that they said about utilities would have to be up. The utilities go into the ground, and our trailer right now is like 4 feet above the ground. So, to raise it another 2 foot would, I guess we'd have to have a ramp or a elevator to take and get into your home anymore at that level. So, is this something that's going to be mandatory throughout our whole city, or what?
Yeah, Mr. Shepherd, this is actually required by FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, who sets the standards, and then we're required to put those in our local code.
Mm-hmm. Okay, my next question is, this new project we just passed, I didn't see any of that in their building instructions.
For Oak Hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the school, when they annexed into the city, it had a planned development, land use and zoning, and we just changed, whenever a county property becomes city property, we have to change the land use and zoning to match the city. And so we just changed it to educational, but there's nothing new being built or anything, it's just the existing structure, and we're changing the land use and zoning on it.
Okay, that's all I have, so thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Shepherd, I appreciate that. Adam, do you have anybody? And we're going to give you between 30 and 45 and 60, however long you need.
We are good with Mr. Shepherd having taken some time there. That bought us what we needed just to make sure that we were engaging the public as we like. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify for Mr. Shepherd, and I think maybe staff could do that. It's only on new structures, or I don't believe existing structures have to be updated. Is that correct, staff?
Almost.
Almost, okay.
If it meets a certain threshold of reconstruction, it would.
Yes, okay.
So unless you do something to your existing structure, you build a new structure. If you do a lot to your existing structure,
correct,
you build a new structure, then you'll have to comply with these.
Yes, sir.
But basically, we have to do this every so often, Mr. Shepherd. When FEMA updates, then we have to come up behind them and update ours as well.
Yeah. So current mobile homes don't have to be brought up unless they make renovations.
Because we are in a flood zone.
Yeah.
We are just in the city limit.
Yeah, gotcha. So if anything new goes in there, they'll have to comply, but what exists out there right now will not have to change.
Good.
Okay?
I hope to be out of there by September with this new.
Right on, Mr. Shepherd,
New
yes.
building.
Stay in
I'd
the
like to
city.
be moved in tomorrow.
Stay in the city if you're gonna run for mayor.
Yeah.
Gotta live in the city.
That's what I plan on doing, is moving in there and I'd be in my city,
All right, Mr.
apartment
Shepherd.
in the.
Madam Clerk, we're gonna move to a roll call
Ride my
vote.
bicycle.
We do have a motion, right? You made a motion, yes. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Johnson and Ariola are absent, and Mayor Pope.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson and Ariola absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is FR4, City of Gainesville Registry of Protected Public Places Phase 3 listing. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, adding specified real properties owned in fee simple by the City of Gainesville to the City of Gainesville Registry of Protected Places, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dimitropoulos, I see you there. Are you here to present this item?
Yes, I am. This item is to place additional nature parks or parks, parts of nature parks on the Registry of Protected Places. This will afford the lands the highest level of protection. Once placed on the registry, the properties may not be sold or converted to another use unless approved by a majority vote of the electors in a citywide referendum election. If I could, I'd like to try and share my screen if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Are you seeing the map?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good. So since 2011, 19 properties have been placed on the Registry of Protected Places. And some of those are on this map. They're shown in the white hatching that you see there. And so this item will add several more, part of Boldware Springs Park and other additions to nature parks that have been acquired since the first registry listings in 2011. That includes additions to Forest Park Conservation Area, an addition to Loblolly Woods Nature Park, additions to 29th Road Nature Park, additions to Morningside Nature Center, and a sizable addition to Coakley Pond Nature Park that was a donation to the city from the Audubon Society. So those additions that I just talked about are all shown in the yellow hatch mark that you see there on the map, and this is Exhibit B in your ordinance. So the recommendation is for the city to adopt the proposed ordinance, and are there any questions?
We appreciate that presentation. We'll see if there's any questions, so hang around. We'll go to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question. We are able to build, I see here, not a loss in value, so we could build like trails or like recreation facilities on those parcels. Is that correct?
Correct. Anything that is appropriate to a nature park that is the original intent of the acquisition.
Okay. I would move ordinance 200038. My first reading by title only.
Motion by Hayes Santos, second by, we'll give it to Commissioner Ward on this one, to adopt the proposed resolution on first reading by title only. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Start with here in the chamber. You're okay, Mr. Shepherd? Okay, Adam, we're going to turn over to you and give you the appropriate amount of time.
All righty. We're in a holding pattern for right now. There is nobody on the line. Let's give it another 30 seconds and then we can pull the plug.
Sure thing. While you're doing that, I'll just wax nostalgic here. This was a major initiative by a group of local folks who wanted to add stronger protections for our natural areas and environmentally sensitive areas, and so they created this list of this registry where a commission could put on properties and essentially protect them in perpetuity unless the folks in Gainesville voted to take it off. And so it has to really be an overwhelming reason to do so. And you've got to convince a majority of voters that that's in the best interest of our community. So it's really helped protect a lot of incredible natural spaces that frankly wouldn't be very appropriate for development anyway, but have really started to create an interwoven network of ecologically sensitive and just naturally beautiful spaces within our city. Adam?
Nobody here. Floor is yours.
That was a perfect amount of yammering on. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, I didn't know if it was best to talk about this on this item or the next item, but I'm going to pick this one since it's related to Forest Park, sort of. I intend to, at some point in the not too distant future, bring up the idea of renaming potentially Forest Park, because in conversation with some folks and during the Olympics, it occurs to a lot of people that there are hundreds of Olympians who have been our neighbors at one point or another in Gainesville. And we don't have any place in Gainesville that recognizes that. You know, we run a couple of stories in the Gainesville Sun about it every 4 years during the Olympics, and then we forget about it again for 4 years. That's something we should be proud of as a community. And many of those folks who are our Olympian neighbors tend to live in the Southwest because they tend to be affiliated with UF. We kind of inherited, we did inherit Forest Park previously as a county park, and it's kind of just there as soccer fields and basketball courts for the most part. We're gonna do some work on it, I assume, in the next round of wild spaces maybe, or something like that. It needs some shining up. But in the process of that, I would like to see us consider renaming it from the kind of accidental name of Forest Park to Olympic Park or Olympian Park, and putting some kind of recognition of Gainesville's Olympians at that park or somewhere else. I just think it ought to be a source of community pride, that we have these very direct and very large connections to the Olympics. And I thought Forest Park would be a really good place to think about that. No motions or anything tonight, just something for everybody to chew on in the back of your mind a little bit until we put something together.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really interesting idea. I like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola and Johnson are absent. Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Ariola and Johnson absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 200292, renaming of certain city parks. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending section 18-18, listing of city parks to rename certain parks, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Ms. DiMetropolis, is this you as well? Or Mr. Manager? I don't know that we need a presentation.
I don't think you need a presentation. This is just consistent with some previous actions.
Sure, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 200292 on first reading by title only.
Motion and a second. I will call Commissioner Sacco the second on that one to adopt the proposed resolution on first reading by title only. Anybody in chambers want to speak to the motion? Okay, Adam, over to you. I'm running out of boring anecdotes.
We are we are screening somebody. I need another 30 seconds, sir.
I should have saved it for this one.
So just to remind everybody, there's football on, college football on for 5 straight evenings. The season is back upon us. Doesn't mean you have to actually go to a game to enjoy it. Very excited. Phil was wearing his Wolfpack mask, I saw. Poor fella.
Mr. Mayor, some of us may need to have a conversation before the game in Jacksonville in a few weeks. Some of us hail from Georgia.
Well, Poe Buddy's perfect, right?
All righty, it looks like if this is FR5, I've lost a little track here, then we do have a commenter.
Okay, great.
Excellent. Mr. Tilford Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, does this item on the agenda, does it pertain to the naming or renaming of parks or public parks here in Gainesville, Florida?
Yes.
Is this some type of self-glorification initiative? I know there's currently a Chestnut Park. Say, for example, the last time I heard or read that former city commissioner, former county commissioner, former state rep, I think current chair of the local DEC here in Lafayette County, Cynthia Chestnut, is now currently running or may run for the at-large seat that Commissioner Johnson or Gail Johnson has decided to give up or resign from. Once again, to my speculation, and I could be wrong or I could be right, but I'm not the only one who may see this, that this seems like this is some type of self-glorification by the left Democrats to enshrine, no different or similar to the For the People Act, enshrines and keep relevant or attempt to keep relevant people who would be staunch supporters of the Democrat Party here in Lafayette County, Gainesville, Florida, and therefore who would be staunch supporters of these or many of the pet projects, wasteful spending, big government tax and spend, anti-free market capitalism, anti-Second Amendment, anti-personal freedoms. Say, for example, the city's vote to mandate vaccinations of employees who work for the city of Gainesville. Now, that doesn't sound like slave labor camps during Third Reich Germany, and then the people then being withheld food.
Mr. Cartwright, you're getting a little far from the item, which is about renaming 2 parks in the city of Gainesville.
Well, once again, this sounds like some type of self-glorification and to enshrine those who will be stock supporters of the left to continue on with this madness and just destroying the city of Gainesville. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cartwright. Well, Ms. Carolyn Beatrice Parker has been deceased for quite some time now. She is an absolute icon and hero here locally, and has deserved many things to be named after her. We're glad that an elementary school and now the city's park adjacent to it is now bearing her name. The other is it's changing Loblolly Woods to Loblolly Woods Nature Park. I don't think that's glorifying any people, just a species of tree. So I think your concerns hopefully have been alleviated by the actual content of this particular item. We'll come back to the commission and go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos,
Aye.
Commissioner Ward,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson and Ariola are absent. Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson and Ariola absent. Okay, next item, please.
First reading of Ordinance 210314, ordinance amending Chapter 26 related to parking meters, parking lots, and parking garages. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Division 2 and Article 3 of Chapter 26 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to parking meters, parking lots, and parking garages, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210314, first reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Santos, seconded by Commissioner Saka, to adopt the proposed ordinance. First reading by title only. Commissioner Saka.
I just wanted Mr. Feldman to, my understanding is that we, the commission, will still be setting the max rates, as we just recently did, and any changes to I guess, to increase that amount that we have capped at a certain limit, it would still have to come before us again in future.
Correct, you would have to amend your resolution.
Okay, but otherwise, the ones that we, can't remember if it was by ordinance or resolution that we talked about a couple weeks ago, that is the current rate that we will have going forward.
Correct, unless you change it in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll turn it over to anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak to the motion. Good, Mr. Shepherd. All right, Adam, over to you.
Somebody here.
Okay. We will then turn back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously with Johnson and Ariola absent. Mr. Manager, did you want to take an opportunity to introduce our new Assistant City Manager to our community?
Absolutely. In the back is Ms. Andrea Aga, who has been with us now for 4 days, I think. Yes, coming back for her 5th, hopefully. She has taken the role that Phil Mann was acting as interim, which was previously held by Dan Hoffman, and she will be overseeing the departments of Transportation and Mobility, Public Works, Technology and Innovation, and our Office of Capital Asset Planning and Economic Resilience.
Wonderful. Would you like to say hey? That's how we say up here, hey. Welcome aboard. I'm glad you were with us.
Good evening, Mayor Commission. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I have relocated from Miami with my husband and our 2 kids, and we are very excited. We're having a great first week, and we appreciate the opportunity to serve you all in the community. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, welcome, and we hope that you have an easy transition in.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
Mr. Mayor, just a couple of simple things. Welcome, Ms. Aga. We're happy to have you with us. And Mr. Mann, I hope we'll continue to see you and your Wolfpack mask here regularly as well. I noticed this evening for the first time in a very long time, our video is different sometimes. It's not the Zoom video, it's the regular old video again. So it's the little things that, you know.
Unfortunately, it's got a little bit better clarity and higher definition, which isn't good for most of us.
It's kind of frightening when it's on me, yes. Anyway, I noticed also that we've got all three projectors working again, which is exciting. We're getting back into the flow of this room, and I appreciate it. I am interested in the city of Gainesville being part of the Race to Zero initiative that several cities have become a part of. I wouldn't want to race into this decision, but I would like to refer it, the possibility of us joining Race to Zero to our research division and have them come back and tell us what it would entail and how we might go about it. I'm happy to make a motion, whatever you prefer.
I think you can just refer it. That's certainly your prerogative. But let me use that opportunity. In my negotiations with Mr. Folston, he suggested that he continue serving in his role as policy director, and I just told him that was not what was best for him or us, that he's a charter officer, that is a full-time job. He is going to be in charge of running an entire department, an entire office. And so, you know, he's going to need to work with Ms. Gainey to figure out what we do in the interim there. We have no idea how long Mr. Folsom will be in that position, so I think it is important we get somebody there, whether it's, you know, on a temporary basis or we go out and hire somebody. So, you know, I think that's a great thing to refer and get some work. I think there are some people through our fellows that can continue doing research and bring some stuff back. And, you know, maybe we can ask for a memo from Ms. Gainey on what she expects to happen with that, you know, temporarily and then long term. So,
Actually, one other question too.
Please do, yeah.
Thank you. We've all had some questions, I think, from downtown business owners and other folks in the community about the process of complying with the sign ordinance as regards their business windows. And I wonder if we could just get a memo from the manager's office updating us and the public on where we are on that. I don't think we need a full presentation, but if we could just get a memo on it, that would be helpful to me. So,
sure.
Thank you.
Understood, Ms. Feldman. Thanks. Yeah, and I was actually in on a meeting with one of those owners, and Mr. Persons, Mr. Feldman, and for a lot of it, there was just a lot of anxiety, but they were going sort of door to door. Most everyone was going to comply already, and so I think a lot of those folks' worries have been alleviated. And the ones that are really truly in violation, you know, I think they're working with them on how to bring them into compliance. But yeah, I think Mr. Feldman would be prepared to, or Mr. Persons be prepared to catch us up on that. Anybody else? Okay, I appreciate all your hard work. Those I serve with and those on staff, thank you so much. And everyone, please be safe out there, especially on this game day weekend. With that, we are adjourned.